keep yapping. Still kicking ass and grinning wide. Those jealous motherfuckers hate seeing me enjoy the ride. They talk big shit while hiding behind a damn screen. Meanwhile, I'm out here living every goddamn dream. You can bitch and moan till you're blue in the face, but I ain't slowing down, I ain't giving up my place. You hate me? Hell, that's fine. Sounds like a you problem, not mine. Keep yapping, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Life hit me hard, but I still got love. Talk your shit while I stack these wins. Kiss my ass and do it again. Keep crying loud. If it helps you cope, I'm too damn stubborn. Full of hope. I've been through hell, some dark ass days. Still came out swinging in 100 damn ways. Every loudmouth bastard got advice to share. Funny how those pricks ain't never been there. They hate my smile and the songs I write. Well, tough shit, I'm sleeping good tonight. You hate me? Hell, that's fine. Sounds like a you problem, not mine. I keep yapping, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Life hit me hard, but I still got love. Talk your shit while I stack these wins. Kiss my ass and do it again. Keep crying loud. If it helps you cope, I'm too damn stubborn and full of hope. The louder they bark, the harder I laugh these days. Those miserable bastards are stuck in their ways. I built my life from broken dreams and scars. Now I'm shooting higher than their sorry stars. If my happiness ruined your little damn view, grab a tissue, sweetheart, I'm not changing for you. You hate me? Hell, that's fine. Sounds like a you problem, not mine. Keep yapping, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Life hit me hard, but I still got love. Talk your shit while I stack these wins. Kiss my ass and do it again. Keep crying loud. If it helps you cope, I'm too damn stubborn and full of hope. Your opinion ain't paying my bills, sweetheart. Keep yapping, I keep winning.
I money ain't paying her bills either.
Want to help us test it out?
Yeah, let's do it.
What's your favorite color?
Welcome, everyone. It is nice to see you all. As you know, we are going to be reading. Let's see, Florida, thank you for giving us a place to find out the facts. Sandy, you are very welcome. You know, we don't come on here unless we have proof in hand. We don't say, well, I got it. Someday it'll come out. Someday I'll show the receipts. You going to talk about it? You show the receipts. Right? We have our special guest back tonight, Sarah. Heather will be on in a few. Y'all get ready to be mesmerized by Sarah because she has got the final on what the judge says, his decision, and why she was denied her money. So y'all throw some hearts up in there and welcome Sarah in. Okay, Sarah, you're on.
No mesmerizing. tonight. No mesmerizing. We just got this. The first time when we presented the conference, we had that paperwork for a long time. I had a chance to really go over it. So I've just had this since Wednesday night. And I'll be reading over the document, and I have a lot of notes, but it's going to be a lot rougher than it was 2 weeks ago. We'll do this together. We'll just wing it and
All right.
get through it.
Okay, give me 1 second. Get the PDF up here because I will never be accused of not having proof of what she's reading.
And it'll be a lot easier for you to follow tonight.
So
And break it all up, so you'll be able to follow with the pages. So while you're doing that, though,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, while you're doing that, I don't know how long it's going to be before Heather comes up. There are a couple of things that I'd like to say. When I spoke to Heather about doing this, I'd like to try and tie a lot of things up because this is just one part of a big picture. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Can you all hear?
Can everybody hear me? This message is all for review. She has never shown proof. Okay, I'm looking at the chat here. Yeah, this is the final chapter of a long story. So there are a lot of pieces that went into this, and I'd like to try and kind of tie it all up together. Hey, Jolie. Okay, so I'm looking at chat here. Muppets. Hope, Sandy Law, Fancy Nancy. Hey, Fancy Nancy. JC Ray, Carol Clark. Who else is in here? Mickey. I don't think I know Mickey. Monique. Davita Lane. Hey, you can come up. I wouldn't mind having you come up, Davita. Good to see you.
David will probably be up after you're done.
Okay. So good to see everybody. Do you know when Heather might be coming up?
No.
Okay.
She always says we can start.
Okay.
Let me see. I'm looking. Nope, no messages.
Okay.
Well, let's see. She's an hour behind me, so probably within the next, there she is.
Oh, good. Yay. Hey, Heather. I really didn't want to start without you here because
Hey,
it's
girl.
important. Your case.
Hey, Florida. Hey, everybody. Yes, I'm listening. I was just doing my last minute little
Okay.
shuffle. But yes, you start and keep going. Do whatever you want to do. I'm out here slaving like a dog in the yard. I'm fixing to sit down in 2 more minutes. But yes, I'm just getting my little beverage together because I had to have a little celebration beverage tonight.
Oh, good. You
So,
deserve it. Cheers.
yes,
Cheers,
so
everybody.
excited.
This is a party. This is a
That's
final
right. I'm
party.
so excited you're doing this for us, and I can't wait to hear you read it all when I catch your breath here in a minute. And thanks everybody for coming and staying interested because this is the best part ever.
It is the best part.
Yes, we're going to debunk all this. She won, whatever, all the crap she's been saying, but whatever. It's all good. We knew. I mean, for the record, as I've said before, I like to stay silent and not rebuttal every little thing she kept saying and just kind of wait and just wait. And then all of a sudden, one day last week, I'm getting ready to go to work, and there was a little gift sent across my screen. It says, "Judge denied, blah, blah, blah." I'm like, oh. Of course, it was at the last second, right when I need to go to work. So, anyway,
Oh,
I'm excited. So
And that was perfect timing because I went to the Hollywood Bowl that night. So it was a great night to celebrate. and they had a presentation with a song that I posted that was so perfect. I thought it was,
Yes.
was
Oh, I
it was
saw that. That was so cute.
wasn't that perfect?
It was perfect. Hey, everybody in chat. I just now saw the chat. I'm going back. I see you all saying hi. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying interested. And I think, I mean, I'm pretty confident everybody was so impressed last time. And you just explained things so easily, and your knowledge and your research. You were the perfect person I knew. I had
Well,
no doubt. And
but
again,
I don't have that tonight.
but you do. Yes, you do. Because I already talked to you the other night when you were telling me things. And I was like, yes, girl, yes.
Okay, but it's
You're
a little bit
fabulous.
different because, like I said, I
Right.
had that document for a long time and it
Right.
gave me a chance to do a lot of research. I've had this document for 4 days.
Right.
And
Well, there's not a whole lot that,
right,
yes.
as I read over it, there are
Right.
things that I wish I had time to look up the definition and I could explain, but I didn't have time. And so, I've read over it. As I told you, I've made lots of notes. I've made tons of notes on all sorts of papers. I made several copies of the document, and it's not something that I'm going to be covering all tonight
Mhm.
because I am likely going to be writing about this. So it was notes that came across my mind as I was reading it. So it's going to be a little bit more rough. I'd
Hey,
like
my
it to
crazy
be
Michael.
interactive. If you want to interrupt, if anybody in chat has questions, please let me know because it's nice when this is interactive. I don't just want to read and talk.
Okay.
And so
Tell me-
it won't be as well. I don't think it was that smooth last time anyway, but thank you. I appreciate everybody's support and I appreciated all the lovely compliments. It was very nice. It was my first time and it was lovely to be up here and to support Heather.
Okay. Tell me right before you're getting ready to start.
Okay. It'll be a while. I'll tell you when I start to read the document.
No, tell me right before you get ready to start.
Oh, okay. Well, I
Okay, one
think
thing. Can y'all hear the frogs and the crickets already?
a
Well,
little bit.
Okay. They'll get louder, I'm sure. Okay, go ahead. I'll be muting, but I'm
well,
here.
only
I'm here with you.
because hold on a minute. I'll put this up.
Yeah. Let me know what your need is.
Let
You
me
go ahead and
change
do you go
this
ahead and do you. Hey, my crazy life.
first. This is just purpose because you know me, I like sharing so much.
Right.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Do what you need to do,
Hold
Florida.
on.
You are
You're all gonna love this, even though it's a black screen. Listen.
great.
FAFO. Mofos. FAFO.
Uh-huh.
Mofos.
Mhm.
Okay, that's what I'll say.
Yeah, really say too.
FAFO.
What did she say at the end?
You want to
If
talk
they
about
ever-
trials? We'll talk about trials.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that what she says? Well, we want to talk about
So
trial.
it's FAFO mopos.
Yeah, FAFO. Fuck around. Oh, sorry.
So needless to say, Merv, your own words coming back to bite you right in that bee's butt.
Right. Right. And
Okay,
so,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Um. So, I'm trying to think. I never did send you what my attorney wrote, but anyway. Okay, go ahead. What
I
do y'all
have
want to do?
one.
I'm all ears.
I have one document that your attorney wrote that I have that I'll read.
Oh yeah. But I meant the one where he summarized the 13 pages that the
Oh,
court had done that day. I guess
well,
that I
we can
hadn't
do
seen.
part two.
Say it again.
We can always do part two.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's not that long. It was just his summary of what he summarized from the 13 page. It was just like a short thing. I'll go look at it in a minute, and if there's anything important, um, I'll I'll let you know. But anyway, hey everybody in the chat. Hey Jolie. Hey Beth. I'm not gonna go through all your names, Bestie. You all. Thank you so much for being here. Let me tell y'all a quick story before we get started, just to kind of let you know. Yesterday, I get ready to go to work, and here in Tennessee, it's been really hot. In the last few days, it has cooled off some, but we've had some pretty good little storms. And of course, here comes a loud car. And so yesterday, I was getting ready to go to work in about an hour, and the kids were going to go see a friend of theirs. So I had come by here, and we're sitting there talking to them before they left, and we were all fixing to go leave. Well, the bottom fell out, and the wind started blowing. So they decided to put it off. So they unpacked the car, come back inside, and we hadn't got past the window that overlooks the side yard and the carport when out of the corner of my eye, lightning hit. And when I tell you, the biggest bam went off. It scared everybody, screamed, shook the house. It hit the tree. And instantly, we could see where some of the bark on the side of it was gone. And John had parked a Tahoe in front of it with a long, heavy trailer. I don't even know what kind of trailer it is, but it's like a really heavy duty one. And it had a side by side, and it had 6 gallons or 6 containers of gas on it. He said, I better go move it real quick in case that tree falls. And of course, at that point, we realized the tree is kind of smoldering, smoking, whatever you want to call it, but it doesn't look like it's on fire. But we're concerned, whatever. So, anyway, that's the point of it. So, today we had to cut that tree, and it was a huge tree. It's been here forever, like, I don't know, 20, 30 years probably when they bought the house. It's so, whatever. I don't know what kind of tree it is. I don't know anything about it. I just know it's tall, big, and a lot of shade was lost because now they have like this 10-foot trunk with no limbs in the yard. So he and his friend, cut all the limbs and all the things today and tried to haul most of it off. But the yard was like the side yard was destroyed with all the branches and limbs, all the debris back and forth with the tractors, so forth. So I went out there tonight, was trying to clean all that up. So that's why I'm kind of out of breath and running a little bit late. But anyway, so I got in the
It's
shower
always,
last night. Huh?
it's always something.
It is, it is. And then, but I
Like,
told the kids when I got in the shower, I just kind of teared up and I just thank God. I mean, thank you for the protection around my children's house, my grandkids, keeping them safe. I mean, it was terrible what happened, but it's a tree. It wasn't the house. It wasn't them in the car backing out of the driveway when it hit.
mhm,
It could have been, it could have just far more worse things. Um,
gratitude.
yeah. I mean, I just was like, listen, you just got to laugh about it, and just move on and be thankful. But anyway, it was crazy to go out there last night, and I looked again, and there were 3 places where you could see the bark sheared off of it, like in a little straight line. It was just weird, you know what I mean? How it hit and did that. It seemed like it, bothered the inside of the tree a little bit, and it still had that little smoky, rubbery smell to it a little bit, but we couldn't tell that it was on fire at all today or whatever. But anyway, it has rained again and again tonight, so there's no problem with it. But it's a mess. I mean, I don't know what kind of tree it is, but it's big and fat and it's old. You know what I mean? Like you could tell it's an old tree, and that's what's sad. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's the point. Just a little excitement around here, a little fireworks continuing this week, but we turn those into gratefulness because
That's
again, the boys got out here and worked themselves to death, and I paid the boy that helped John because that was his tractor, his diesel, his time, his chainsaws, and unlike Merb, those are things I love to do for my children. You know what I mean?
hmm
Because I can, and I want to make it better for them. I mean, do they have it? Yes, but they're kids with 2 little babies, and life and all the things, and a tree being taken down is real expensive. And now we got to do something with it, finish it, and then have to do the stump and all. But anyway, point is, I'm just grateful. That's my stupid story for the night. Okay, that's all.
That's a lot. Thank you for sharing.
You have to remember, salmon is in the federal
Glad
court
you're
papers.
safe too.
Yes,
Glad
it
you're there.
is.
That's so wonderful.
Mhm. Yep. Every time I think of
That's
salmon,
a beautiful family.
oh yeah, it's just a pleasure. You know what I mean? It's just I don't even know. There's nothing like it. Okay, I'm on mute. All the bugs and animals are just going crazy out here. All right, love to y'all. Yes, all right. Rest in peace, butter salmon. You're not lying. Every time I think of salmon, how embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think probably a good place to start. I don't have any kind of an outline. I have some ideas before and after. I'll present this document in just a bit. But I want to start out with, since this was a denial of attorney's fees, that is related to the fact that Carolyn started a GoFundMe. And to the best of our knowledge, she had donated over $23,000 to her for her attorney's fees. And I know there have been lots of questions posed to her which have never been asked. And in the beginning, she did, as always, promise transparency and didn't follow through with any of that. But we do wonder what happened to that $23,000 plus dollars, and did her attorney, her nephew, get any of that money? But I also want to point out that there were other things that went on to help raise money to pay her attorney fees. I remember that there were lots of super chats, obviously, that were donated to her. I remember an auction where everybody that sold, she was given the proceeds to everybody's sales that night, donated towards the legal case. There was a subscriber who, in the community, a community member who made those yellow rubber bracelets for her with the ray of sunshine for her to sell for $5 a piece. I don't know if she included shipping and handling with that, but that was also a fundraiser she had to pay for her attorney fees for this legal case. It did come up at one point, why didn't she use that money to sue you if the case was really about intellectual property and her protection of it? But we all know that that GoFundMe was created before you ever filed this lawsuit. That GoFundMe was created because Carolyn had threatened to sue Natasha. And that GoFundMe, the wording was never changed, but the point is, it was created before you ever filed to take her to court. And
One thing I wanted to interrupt, I forgot to tell you or remind you and remind everyone, which we saw the screenshots from Slack, and I have them somewhere on a community post. I can find them if needed. But remember, Merb went into Slack and whined and cried about how taxes were coming, and she needed to pay something like $10,000 and yada, 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 and the oil bill was coming or the gas bill, some kind of mess. And people in there that had donated said, hey, just take it out of the GoFundMe,
Yeah.
just do whatever you want to do. And number two is the documents, the filing from her attorney, wanting some $80,000 or whatever their whole total was. In that breakdown, there was no subtraction at all for a GoFundMe at all. No transparency at all. Not $5, nothing. It was not listed at all. So that is a huge problem. But
in the
anyway,
final breakdown, when they submitted their paperwork to the judge,
yes, it was not on there at all.
what their total attorney,
Mhm.
okay, that was not included in there. Okay, well, that answers some of it.
Because I mean, again, if you're going to tell the court you owe $80,000 to your attorney, I mean, I think you would be forthright and say, well, I only owe 60 because of this reason, or even if you didn't
Wait, what's
list
the balance?
it. Wait. And it's funny how they came up with that total just because that's what we said during court we had spent up to that point.
Quite coincidental as well.
Right. Yeah, she couldn't even find an attorney to take her case. But anyway, I just wanted to remind everybody about those 2 points because, I mean, again, it should be real transparent. I mean, we had no problem. You can see how many documents we had to put through the court and the time with my attorney. I have no problem. I think I've showed a few bills. I mean, I didn't show like where it all breaks down, but listen, I had to say under oath what we were in balance.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the transcript. I would not lie in federal court. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I also, well, we'll get into that later. I'll tell you what. We all know what Jonathan wrote to the judge to make him very aware that the documents they entered as a bill or proof of whatever that was a whole big mess. It was not, I can't remember the word, but it's not the way attorney does billing at all. At all. you
Very
have to keep up with it every minute. You know what I mean? And monthly, and it goes into a trust, and you can't go back at the end and go, well, here's what I did all back in here. You know what I mean? There has to be a paper trail, and I'm quite confident that that was going to be a mess for them in the end. But anyway, go ahead. I'll go into that later.
Oh, no, thank you. I appreciate that. As I said, I like this being interactive. I can see right here that Joe Lay said she couldn't find an attorney, and I was definitely going to get to that. Because, again, this started with Carolyn being really angry at Natasha, starting this GoFundMe to apparently take Natasha to court, which obviously never happened. And during that time period, whenever she would get upset, or often when she would get upset and make accusations, as she continues to make all the time, the stories always get changed a little bit. But she was very angry at Natasha because allegedly it was found out that it wasn't true. Someone was speaking negatively about her deceased son in Natasha's chat. And that, we all know, sent Carolyn off into a tirade that she went live about. And at other times, she would scream into her microphone, I'm going to sue you all. You're all going to get sued so bad. She would say, this is going to the attorney in the morning. So she acted as if she had an attorney for a very long period of time. And then when it came down to it with you, she did announce in one of her lives that she did not have an attorney, that she could not find an attorney. She was worried about that. And then she ended up saying that she had found a bulldog attorney, which happens to be Mr. Mark, her nephew. So there's always a lot of boisterous talk and promises that she has something that never pan out. It's the same old story ad nauseum 7 years later. I know there have been questions repeated over and over and over. Why are we so obsessed with this? Well, all of us, Matt, in one way, shape, or form, because we were involved in true crime type channels. So we're interested in these kinds of things. We're interested in the law. We're interested in trial. This doesn't happen to be a criminal or murder trial, but it's a trial. And we've all been involved in this because we saw how this started and we have followed it from the beginning. That is the reason we've been following this. This case has now gone 4.5 years, but there was a 1.5 years, 2 years prior to that, where there was the buildup to all of this. So yes, it's been 6 to 7 years. We've all gathered together to talk about the truth, to bring awareness to what has gone on her channel that led to this. And one of the things that led to this, and I'd like to, and I felt a little teared up when I thought about this the other day, I'd really not just want to dedicate this to dreaming, but I know, Heather, you started the channel, Held to the Know, because your friend Dreaming had been harmed. You stood up for your friend in righteous anger, because Dreaming was attacked viciously, sadistically. I want to say Carol Boyce, who was treated horribly. She and her husband had cancer. Carol Boyce had totes of dolls for years sitting in her living room that Carolyn refused to pick up. Carolyn spoke horribly of Dreaming. She spoke horribly of Carol Boyce. But I also am going to just take a minute here to bring up a few more victims, because we have talked about being victims advocate, and Carolyn has created a lot of victims. Heather, you were one, and I remember they were sickening. The lynch panels. When Carolyn was upset about something, she got all of her buddies together and came up on panel, and for hours and hours, people were attacked. So there's Heather and Dreaming and Carol Boyce. And I do want to bring up, because I started watching Carolyn after the Chris Watts plea deal. So I'd followed the case on Facebook and then was referred not to her, but to YouTube to follow trials. And it was right at the very beginning when BBT was involved. BBT was hurt really badly by Carolyn. And Carolyn has recently made a statement that, don't worry, I do everything legally. And that reminded me that one of the things that she did to BBT was she recorded their phone calls. And in New York, it's a one-party state. So it's legal to tape record phone calls without advising or letting the other person know. But just because you can, doesn't mean you should. And isn't that a violation or a betrayal of trust in a relationship? That BBT had no idea what Carolyn was doing behind the scenes. So yes, she may do things, a lot of things, I don't know. I don't know what Carolyn does and does not do. I know I don't trust her. I don't trust anything that she says. I think she's predictably unpredictable, and nothing that comes out of her mouth can be trusted. But she hurt BBT, and BBT, being a licensed mental health professional, she also attempted to hurt BBT's career. And there was a lawsuit between BBT and Carolyn. And I think a lot of people will remember when it came right down to it, Carolyn says that she's not a shrinking violet, but she contacted the courts and made it clear she was really afraid to go to Boston because she was afraid BBT or someone associated with her would jump out of the bushes and slash her face with a knife. She really hurt BBT. And so also in the very beginning, someone else who's a licensed mental health professional, she hurt Jewels of Thought. Jewels of Thought had recently had her father die. And Carolyn was vicious with Jewels of Thought, who was brand new to YouTube. She was making her way. Everybody, none of us are perfect. We can find something wrong with anybody in our lives, and if we look hard enough, and there's something good about everybody. But I do remember that Jules was attacked viciously by Carolyn as well. Natasha, Lisa D. Carolyn's little boys, who are not little boys any longer and can feed themselves, also a licensed mental health professional, but Carolyn's little boys really liked Lisa D. And Lisa D used to send them happy mail and all sorts of little snacks. And Lisa D and her husband used to meet up with Carolyn and Jimmy. Nana Patty ran Carolyn's auctions. Bitey Cat or Moo. I saw JC Ray or somebody asked if Bitey Cat was in. I hope she is. Bitey Cat, if you're here, you know, the situation with you and Carolyn made me sick, and you know how I feel about that. But I do want to say, again, about Carolyn's loss of her son, and God rest Ray's soul. And it's horrible that Carolyn lost a son. I think all of us feel really horrible about that. I know I sent Carolyn a gift when that happened. But Bitey Cat, and her son died during COVID, so there couldn't be a funeral. It was the perfect storm. It was a horrible situation that was made worse by a lot of other situations. But out of the kindness of her heart, I do know that Bitey Cat was very generous financially with Carolyn. And I'm going to remind everybody, and I'm going to remind Carolyn, and I think about it all the time. Carolyn wears a necklace around her neck. I know other jewelry was purchased, I believe, some jewelry for Carolyn's daughter and other memorabilia. And I do believe that it was Bitey Cat's donation that paid for the memorabilia that Carolyn has related to her son's death. And she wears a necklace around her neck and slanders Bitey Cat moo. She rips her up one side and down the other. She wrote a slanderous expose on her blog. It's just disgusting what she did to Bitey Cat. And I'm just reminding her, you wear a necklace around your neck, Carolyn. You should rip that thing off, throw it in the trash, or take the ashes out and have someone make you another necklace. I think you are unbelievable, horrible human being to talk about someone the way that you have Bitey Cat when she was so generous to you. I'll bring up Davida, who's in our chat today. Hearing Carolyn talk about Delita is so fake. She's as fake as that fake food she makes. Jax, one of Natasha's subscribers. Carolyn and Scooter did something really horrible to him where he could have been harmed. Carolyn spent Father's Day threatening to self-harm, and there were a lot of people on the phone trying to coax her out of whatever room she was locked behind. That's making victims out of people when you're threatening to harm yourself and holding them all up from Father's Day. She hurt Muppets, said some really mean things about why Muppets lost her husband. She's actually not being very kind to Denise. We've got Sharon, who had cancer, who donated lots of money. Tammy, Nikki, who used to be on her panel, Do the Victims. She was a victim of the second celebration. Jackie Burns, who put the deposit down on the beach house one year and then wasn't allowed to come in because she was sick and she didn't have COVID. May, Elle, Janelle, Destination, Sally Ann, Dreaming, Jeanette, Carol Boyce. Those are names that just came off the top of my head. There are probably people in this chat and people who may be listening. Casbat, thank you. Thank you. I remember contacting Carolyn via an email when she started ripping into Casbat during a live, and I wrote her to say, please stop, listen to Casbat. Casbat is not saying what you think she's saying. Thank you, Carol Clark. I appreciate it. I'm glad I looked down at my phone. She has victimized so many people. So these trolls or these flying monkeys or Carolyn's little friends that want to know why we're obsessed, we have been witness to Carolyn causing serious harm and abuse sadistically to many, many people. And she is not in one, there's not an ounce of her that is grateful for anything that any of those people have done for her. I'm going to also say that there was an unintended victim of Carolyn's, and that's her husband, Jimmy. Because had Carolyn not been so haughty and challenging to people that she was angry with, making a comment about challenging, go do a search on us, you're not going to find anything. And lo and behold, there was a lot of dirt to be found. I believe that had Carolyn behaved differently, her husband would not have become an unintended victim. I think that based on what was found and based on what we've learned, that it's been very important to bring out the fact that he was a teacher in a school for 13 years who knew abuse was going on and did nothing. That is deserving of attention, and he testified for the prosecution of Paul Gear, so he did know the abuse was going on. I do know that he was not a mandated teacher, but you don't need to be a mandated reporter to report abuse. So there were lots of victims. That's what started this lawsuit. That's why we've all been involved with this. For anybody who's watching that still has questions about why we've been involved, this is why. It led to Heather having to file a lawsuit, because we do know that Carolyn's motivation, again, was not to protect her intellectual property so much, but because she wanted to know who was behind Hell to the No. So she abused the striking system, knowing that counter notices, whoever was behind Hell to the No, would have to reveal their name. And that was the reason that Carolyn was striking Heather, and this lawsuit began. So that's kind of giving an overall beginning of, we have all been involved because we've witnessed this go on for years. She calls their haters. They stalk me. Us YouTubers assassinated my dog. She's gone to police department and given people's names, her authors, her sponsors, the names and contacts of people she say that want to hurt her, who want to kill her. She has victimized all of us. And I've made it very clear that in all these years, I wasn't here because she harmed me. I was here because I witnessed abuse, and I was here to support the victims of abuse. It's interesting that in the last month and a half, 2 months, she did target me. It's made it easier for me to now present this case and come and be myself here with my community. Is there anything anybody wants to?
I'm glad you, okay, I want to just say this in case anybody's listening that wasn't in the live last time when you read the transcript of the call with the judge and the two attorneys. You said who you were and your mental health experience.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, again, for the record, I think you're brilliant at looking into this on your side of it. Just with you've just done a great job. But anyway, I just wanted everybody to know that it's Sarah with the blue dress, and we're just fortunate that everything worked out to where you could come on panel and speak. And because again, oh, dangerous Merb, because you sent a gift, you got doxxed and all the things. So you now, because of your profession and where you are in life, aren't working anymore, retired. And so it was perfect timing for you to be able to come out, speak, and say who you are and share with us what the case was about last time and all the things. Explain. If anybody missed that, it's very great. She does a great job explaining it. But anyway, go ahead. So I just wanted to retell who you were, just in case anybody came in late.
Okay, thank you. One of the things also that happened after the trial, Carolyn created an LLC, and I do believe that she created that because she was afraid. She was afraid that she was going to lose money in the lawsuit, and as it turned out, she did lose money. And I know that she and her friends like to laugh and say, we didn't really win. We didn't prevail because we couldn't prove what Carolyn had on her mind. It's semantics. But we all know that the most important thing to Carolyn is money. And so this truly is a win. Carolyn did not make a cent. And Carolyn, I can't imagine that you would look back and think any of this was worth it. How did this benefit you? How did it benefit your family? I can't imagine that your family has not been impacted. Your boys, who were little when I first started watching you, your youngest boy used to come up eating his snack. He was very inquisitive as to what you were doing, and he said hi to us. He is, and I'm sure all your children are, lovely human beings. But they are grown now, and they have jobs, and you are not hurting to put food in their mouth. So this is the final verdict where she was not awarded compensation for the attorney's fees and court costs. Carolyn lost, and the paperwork will explain why Carolyn lost. It is a huge win for us. And Heather, as I said, You were a teeny tiny YouTube channel that made it to federal court. And now this case is part of legal literature in law libraries. When I did research, or people that I know that have done research, if you're peer reviewed and published, you've done research, you may not have come up with the answer that you thought you might, but every piece of literature that's entered helps people in the future know what's been done and then how to improve on it or how to change it. So your case is in the legal literature now, Carolyn or Heather. That's a big win. Carolyn and her nephew also are in the legal literature, and it's not a pretty picture. So I am going to now read.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry. When I'm out here, there's a bad delay, so I'm sorry if I overtalk you or if y'all can't hear me for a minute. Just bear with me or let me know. The point of you bringing it home to me last live about how rare getting to federal court really truly is.
It
When she
is.
kept standing on the fact that this was a frivolous lawsuit, no attorney would have took this case. No, blah, 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 blah. No, 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 no. The true facts are, and my attorney told me that, but did I listen to it and really grasp what he was saying about it? Just very few ever make it to that point. They usually settle out. The judge doesn't want to go to trial. Yada 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 yada. I knew that, but I also knew he didn't really want. Nobody wants to go to trial, and I got that. But I didn't really. I got caught up in the moment of we're going there, we're going to win, everything's blah blah blah, and just business, business, business. No, we gave her opportunity after opportunity, and she wouldn't even negotiate a dollar. Like, come on. So anyway, point is, um, there's not a verdict, in this kind of thing. It's not criminal, it's civil. Even though it's federal, there's still, what they call a judgment, and you either awarded it or not. And that's
Mm-hmm.
generally, this was dismissed, so there is no win or lose, if you want to call it that. And on top of it,
There
to
were no
even,
legal consequences
no,
to her. That's
no,
all.
right. But again, the
And it does.
magnitude of
And
the case being, like you said, looked up because of copyright, it is so rare.
mm-hmm.
And, just the fact of little orphan Annie and her shenanigans on the stand and all that being there to look up, and the videos that were included are hilarious to me now looking back. Like, we really truly, we didn't get the way we wanted to win, but I said it on the stand. We already won. Look at her now. It's
Mm-hmm.
it, but the damage she did
She did
is
it.
why we stood on where we stood. Enough was enough. As it was enough, it was enough. And one person after another calling their family, calling their jobs, doing these gosh awful things, calling the police. Like, it wasn't drama anymore. You know, it was what she
Feel
went
like
real life before.
opportunity to let them know that they may get a phone call because Carolyn's mad at them.
Yes,
There are a lot of
100%.
people I know in this community that think, do I need to call the police in my community and let them know that a woman in the Catskills in New York may call you saying that boot on neck is a threat and you need to go knock on their door and make sure that they're not dangerous?
That was Randy,
Danger.
Wendy and Randy. Yes, if anybody doesn't know, that was a quote from Merv calling the police on her, one of many. I mean, I don't even know how many I've counted, but we're past five. I mean, we're on to closer to 10 by now. The people that have had to either call the police to kind of warn them, let them know that she's got psychotic, threatens that people are following her to the beach when they're not there at all.
Mm-hmm.
All the things she says that aren't true. But the point was, y'all remember now that we look back 4, 5, 6 years ago, she was doing this when drama was peaking. The old, like, really everybody was yelling kind of drama back in the day, but they really didn't go too far with real life. But they would, say some horrible things about each other and whatever. It has gotten worse over the years, yes. But look how she was already doing it. She was already playing the victim. She was so good at it. So good at it. Just, I mean, it was sick how, and people, innocent people just fell into this there's a woman on late at night. It's interesting about some true crime channel. It's kind of weird, but the people in the chat are nice. And here, here people came,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it's lost in the sauce of 6,000 videos where you can really find where she's acted a fool.
And if you had been able to bring in more videos, or the scope
Oh,
of your case
yeah,
was larger,
right.
it would have been very clear to the judge. And I do believe that the judge really wanted to give this to you.
I
He
do
just
believe. Mhm.
he
Go ahead.
couldn't legally because of the issue, and we went over that in the live 2 weeks ago. The inability to read her mind. And I will present some information at the end of this, which I've brought up before, about in the future how circumstantial evidence can be presented in a case like this, that thoughts do influence behavior. And there is empirical research that points to that. I'm not just saying that off the top of my head. Go
What I
ahead.
think is funny now, looking back at with the notes from the judge between the call transcript and this, makes me know without a shadow of a doubt because he's very thorough. Um, there's no doubt the videos we sent in evidence he watched, and
Well,
and the performance in the, again I go back to the performance in the courtroom is what you're going to hear him, just absolutely in a legal kind of way, not like a drama, Dragon Mervin, Sparky. Like, it just doesn't happen. Federal judges don't have to write this kind of stuff about the shenanigans and the absolute absurdity of Merv and Sparky.
hey, Heather,
Yes.
I'm going to finally say it.
Okay, I'm on mute.
Merb, you're damn lucky
Mm-hmm.
that Heather could not bring in other people on this lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she could have, you would have been awarding Heather and Jackie money. You arrogant bitch. The channel you swore you struck of Heather's and you bragged on your live about was mine.
Really?
That would have been the proof, but she could not bring it in.
Yes, remember
Or
at, the,
it
at
was
that time.
Heather's.
Yes, Lottie, you remember like what? I can't remember how many channels we came up with that she had struck and took down or put strikes against. I mean, off the top of my head, there was Wendy and Randy, there was Pink, there was Casbat, there was the Glare, another man, Mango. No, not him. Somebody that was hanging around with. Anyway, there was quite a few. Steve's clips. I mean, the list goes on. Oh, my friend, there was a. Anyway, it's just a long list, and that is one reason I was adamant about going, because she did this kind of mess and never followed through with it. She was abusing it to intimidate channels that went
Right.
against her.
She
A
abused.
lot of you watched that channel. It was We Stand Up.
Truth,
She
yes.
struck.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I don't know who was behind a lot of these channels.
Well, I did, and I'm the one that ran it.
Okay.
Wasn't my channel, but I ran it.
Mm-hmm.
And she swore it was Heather's. On her panel that night, she bragged that she took it down.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, she accused Moo and I. There's a list in the stuff with my attorney for the evidence that was in court of all the times that she mentioned my name and somebody else's channel, that whatever things we were doing, like threatening the channels, that we were behind them and she was taking them down and this and that, just constantly. But anyway, that's a whole, even if you take me out of the caliber, it still is a bunch. Starlight, she had me and hello. Anyway, it just, I want to remind everybody again, the depth and dangerousness that led to what I thought in the very beginning. Like, are you kidding me? You know, after all the things she says about people and does to people, you
Mhm.
know, she's got to be stopped. When I called my attorney, you remember, not only did she find out who I was, which I knew that was going to happen all along. You know, the odds are, you know what I mean? It's fine. But to go after my son and his racing, wanting to call NASCAR, they demanded that they make a public statement regarding his mother's behavior on YouTube. She wanted every grief place you could on the web, Facebook, any kind of grieving parents website or anything to be told about how to know and Heather and what a terrible person I was. How I was coming after a grieving mother. I mean, she incited all kind. You know, she called the police. Obviously, I mean, it just the depths the woman will go for a clapback. I stand on the videos. The videos were her and some kind of crazy, silly. I was horrible at making videos. I mean, listen, that wasn't the point. This was never supposed to start. It was showing her bad behavior and she couldn't take it. 2022 was not her year. It has been her downfall every minute of every live. I don't watch her anymore, but what clips I see on TikTok, it's clear that she is still in her dream world, pretending that reality isn't what it is.
Yeah, right.
She is a sick, dangerous human being. 100%. It's just so much proof. But nobody can fathom that when you meet someone like this. You know, you
Well,
have
she
no
presented
idea.
instant
Yes.
mommy on the lake, the entrepreneur who's staying at home, making extra money for her family. She is pure and innocent and has a mommy blog.
And again, she
It's
went
all a
after.
facade, and as I've said, it's performative exhibitionism. And it's interesting now with AI. I did, because I've told people I do not listen to her songs. I don't listen to her channel. I've had to listen a little bit.
Listen. Oh, I know.
I've had to
This song.
listen a little bit more
Listen.
because
The
I started.
the song thing. Florida played a piece one night. Like I can't listen to it long. I don't even remember what it said. Something about thanking the OGs that have stuck with her. And I'm like, I was laughing because I'm like, okay, what? That would be less than five really quick. And
Exactly.
probably, you know what I mean? Like, I could name just a few that's there now, but are you kidding me, Merb? Like, when do you get it? But the whole point of that is when the camera comes on, she's looking all doing that side eye to the other camera and acting all cocky. And then she does this thumbs up and it's so crooked. It's hilarious. And it's just like, girl, this is where you are now. This is where you are. Like that. And so we quit listening to it. But I was laughing. I was like, I don't even know. I, but again, if she just shut up when we got home, we wouldn't have to have all this anymore. But she can't. And you're not going to continue to harm people because it has been continuing. So there's that. But anyway, I just had to
Well,
remind you about that. Go ahead. I'm going back
the
to you, Florida.
the lyrics that I heard were, "This channel is not built on hate. It's built on something stronger, something to the effect, it's built on something stronger, truth and courage." Well, it's a joke. The channel, after Chris Watts, has been built over and over and over again. It has been built on hate, the hate that she has displayed towards so many people, and the hate has all revolved around, and it just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. That we made fun of her deceased child, that we spoke poorly about her deceased son, that we've lied. And I say we because she refers to us as they. I have no idea who's all included in her parenthetical. They do this, they stalk me, they threaten my family, they mock my family. She's created a victimhood where she hates the people that used to be a part of her channel and says that they were all fakers. They were able to present themselves as being somebody that they're not. And when I found out, they weren't welcome in this channel anymore. Her channel has been built on hate, the gift, the greed of the grift. send me money, feel sorry for me, my poor deceased son. They're attacking a grieving mother. How can anybody do this to a grieving mother? And people will donate money to her, feeling sorry for her. Her channel is built on hate. Hate for the people that saw how she treated others, hate for the people who see her for who she is and who exercise their First Amendment freedom of speech right. We have a right to our opinions. I vocalized my opinions, never crossing a boundary and coming into her channel as a troll. I have spoken on the 1 or 2 channels that I have been a part of and tried to protect myself. If she doesn't want to know what's going on, she didn't have to know what I was saying. But obviously, she found out and then decided to attack me. So, anyway, she has created a channel that is built on hate. Feel sorry for me, pity me, please pay my way. I'm entitled. They want to kill my family. They're stalking my family. They're mocking my family. They're hurting my family. It's lies. As you were talking, I was noticing some of the people in chat that I just like. Sour milk and cookies, hello. It's nice to see you.
I know, and the villain's here. Hey, villain.
Oh,
Oh, my
great.
love.
Okay, Pussycat's here. I saw Wendy was here. Sour milk and cookies. All sorts of people joined, and I was reading some of the comments. So it's great to see everybody here. And I know Sour Milk and Cookies, I know you supported BBT, and I'm glad that you could be a part of both. We don't prohibit people from supporting other channels. Pussycat. Oh, that's really nice. You were so professional, Sarah. That's really nice. Thank you. This was nothing like there was
I know,
no
sweetie, villain. She's going to read the 13-page document that not document, whatever the judge wrote.
Thank you for
And it's so
stopping.
good because he hands Merb and Sparky their ass, basically. But go ahead. Sorry.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
No, I was just saying I love her and thank you. I know she's fixing to go to bed. Go ahead.
Your favorite villain? Yes, thank you.
Uh-huh.
It's really nice to see you, and it's been our pleasure to be able to support you. As you know, with the communication that I've had with you, I've been supporting victims for a long time. I created a survivors group in a psychiatric hospital for adolescents who are victims of abuse. And I'm glad to be able to do this now as a independent citizen and support you and the people that were harmed. And that's part of the outrage, the mocking of children who were harmed so bad in a school that they took their own lives. And to listen to Carolyn, I'm glad this came up because this is other, victims, to listen to Carolyn mock when she read what she was reading out of, was it Liz Ionelli's book? About
Yes.
yes.
Also, she did the same voice when she read comments.
Here. So she is no victim's advocate, and it is our pleasure to have been able to support you, villain. You don't need to try and return any favors. We're all here for one another. It's, give and take. You don't have to return any kind of favor as far as I'm concerned. I love Adventure. Merb has been denied. Sandy Law, hello, my sweetie. It's so great to see everybody here. Jolie, hey.
Anyway, Dylan, I wanted to, let you know, Sarah has a huge explanation or whatever of her career and all that she's done with mental health, and it was just, she's a blessing. I knew all along, not how depth her education and all the things she's done, but I knew she was a blessing immediately, and I didn't know why or how, but her knowledge just here and there with me here through the years kept me going a lot of times. But I'm so glad that she now, maybe y'all can even communicate it on what you're trying to do, villain, because Sarah has so much knowledge. Go ahead. All right. I'll be quiet again. I'm going to shut up.
That's okay. So, now I'll just get to this document. I think it's time. Order and opinion from Kenneth Karras, United States District Judge. Heather, I'm going to pick this up here. Heather Schaefer, the plaintiff, brought the action against Carolyn, not saying her last name again, alleging that Carolyn, the defendant, is liable for damages under 17 U.S.C. The 512F, we know, does not stand for frivolous anymore. It stands for misrepresentation in the outline of the copyright law, because she did not consider fair use in issuing takedown notices against plaintiff Heather's videos. Heather initiated this action on November 15th, 2023. So we're looking at almost 3 years ago, you initiated this, and she was served before that. We're looking at 4.5 years just getting this legal case underway, and about 2 years before that. So, 1,500 days, Carolyn, you live your life day by day, not taking anything for granted. Look at all the time, the energy, the hatred that went in to bringing this case to federal court. The bench trial was held on July 7th. On August 7th, the court found that plaintiff had not established by a preponderance of the evidence that Carolyn did not consider fair use when submitting the takedown notices, i.e., again, I'll repeat, we couldn't read Carolyn's mind and prove that she gave fair use lip service, but her behavior, the searches, what the attorney and the judge saw, she was more focused on harassment and bullying. For the reasons set forth below, I'm not going to read every single word. I'm not going to read all the case law. For the reasons set forth below, defendant's request is denied. She did not profit a penny from any of this. And there's a reason why, because the judge had to weigh a lot of things. The factual background, I understand that, as you said earlier, during mediation, early on, Carolyn went in with the attitude that she was demanding that she be compensated. She didn't want to come to any kind of a compromise, and she probably would have been better off had she come to a compromise, but the judge apparently said something to the effect that in all of his years, he had never seen anything like it. Heather is a resident of Tennessee, operates a YouTube channel called Hell to the No. Defendant Carolyn, a resident of New York, operates a YouTube channel called Mommy Ramblings Blog, or what we also know as True Crime Chat with Mommy Ramblings. March 2022, so there we go, 2022, the first. Carolyn made multiple internet searches about copyright law, takedown notices, fair use, and YouTube policies concerning the same, and submitted to YouTube takedown notices against 7 of Heather's videos under the DMCA. In September 2022, Carolyn submitted additional DMCA takedown notices against 5 of Heather's videos. Procedural background. Are you able to keep up Florida? Are we doing good with that? I'm going to assume we are. Page 2. The procedural background. In her complaint, Heather alleged that Carolyn did not consider fair use when issuing takedown notices against her videos and was therefore liable for damages. That's the misrepresentation. The parties proceeded through discovery. So discovery is the interrogatories, the gathering of the evidence, the depositions, all of that. That was December 11th, 2023. Defendant answered plaintiff's complaint. The parties proceeded. So 2023 was when discovery began. 2023, we're now in 2026, and the trial was 2025. On January 25th, the court held a status conference and set a schedule for the parties to submit a proposed pretrial order. On February 18th, 2025, 5 months before trial, pre-order trial, proposed jury instructions, the proposed verdict sheet, proposed voir dire questions, and motions in limine. The plaintiff informed the court that Carolyn was seeking to depose her, despite the fact that discovery having closed in May of 24. So it was 13 months later, Carolyn then decided she wanted to depose you. 13 months. In response, Carolyn submitted a letter explaining that she had not asked to depose Heather earlier in an effort to reduce costs, but she was now needing to depose Heather, plaintiff, because settlement negotiations were fruitless. I don't know in whose mind, and trial was imminent. I have a feeling things weren't necessarily going her way. Then all of this down here, generally the letters that went back and forth in April of 2025, April 30th, April 25th, defendant, plaintiff. May 5th, 2025, the court denied defendant's request to file a motion for judgment on the pleadings as untimely because it would delay the already scheduled trial. So that's just 2 months away from the trial. On May 6, 2025, the court adopted a trial schedule. May 27th, despite lacking the court's permission, Carolyn, defendant, filed her motion for judgment on the pleadings again. So this is where I'm going to read a letter from Carolyn's attorney. On behalf of defendant Carolyn, I'm writing to respectfully request that defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings in the above referenced case be heard prior to the scheduled trial date of July 7th. The motion was timely filed May 27th. I remember that because it was Memorial Day, and he always pushed things to the 11th hour, the very last second. They both do. They don't do anything on time. From the same DNA. Given the issue raised in the motion, addressing it before the trial would promote judicial efficiency and possibly resolve the case, thereby conserving the resources of the court and the parties involved. In addition, if plaintiff has failed to plead the elements of her claim as the motion contends, no trial would be necessary because the complaint cannot support entry of a judgment against Carolyn on a claim made under 512F of the DMCA. Thus, the motion should be considered and decided before trial rather than deferred. He appreciates the court's consideration. And this is your attorney's response. Plaintiff Heather opposes defendant Carolyn's request to file a Rule 12C. The request is procedurally improper, meritless, and typical of a defendant who has refused to engage meaningfully throughout this case, now attempting, in violation of the scheduling order, again, to relitigate issues already settled or waived. Number 1, a misuse of the rule to avoid on earlier motion to dismiss. And I'm just going to add in here, all of this was the tactics of delaying the trial, I think all of us believe, with the hopes that you were going to drop this.
Okay, but listen, I mean, this is at the time right before we go, when the senior judge, I don't even know what you call it, when he kind of steps in and starts, they're getting the ball game rolling, a plan, a schedule, and they're over there wanting to depose me, which should have been done like the previous year. It was just
right, 13 months.
And remember also, everyone, remember the call that happens somewhere in this time frame where they have a conference call. And I think the judge had ruled on the docket a few times, or whatever you want to call it, had put in writing no, and it wasn't clear enough. So they had this conference call, and I believe voices had to get loud, and the judge had to, scold him horribly to the point he hung up.
Right.
And my attorney called, and he was like, never, ever, 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 would
First
an
time he
attorney
met.
act like that in front of a federal judge to the point they hang up on him. And I
That was
was
the
just
first
like,
time.
mind blown that the shenanigans and anyway, I just wanted to remind y'all again. Okay, go ahead.
Right, and that's going to be addressed. But I'm glad that you brought that up, because I do remember that that was apparently when the two of them had just met. When this judge came in, there was another judge that had been involved, and it was the first time that they had met. And he was so frustrated at the unprofessionalism, the incorrigible behavior, that he literally hung up the phone. So, and I know this isn't right before, but it's involved in all of this process, and it is worded in a way that makes it clear what the shenanigans were that were going on that made this case so difficult. And the fact of the matter is that Carolyn and her attorney don't like to follow rules. They don't like to turn in things on time. They think that the rules should be bent for them. Misuse of rules. So the rule is typically used by plaintiffs under the close of pleadings when the answer concedes key facts. The proposed motion tries to do so now, too late, and to block amendment of the complaint and response, revealing the proposed motion to be no more than a rule motion by any other name. Carolyn does not cite her answer at all. Carolyn misuses it to attack the pleadings retroactively. Heather reserves the right to amend if the court entertaining the motion, especially in light of deposition testimony showing that Carolyn's denials were false and her perjury during procedures. So this is in black and white. Carolyn did perjury
Merb.
answering of the interrogatory questions, which again we talked about last time, were the questions that Wendy read on It's Randy's Life channel.
Yes,
when
the very
she
beginning.
couldn't even say that Heather lived in Tennessee, or whether Carolyn actually had a channel. I think that was one of the questions, but she falsely answered most of those questions. Those questions are part of a legal proceeding, and it is done under oath. Again, I will read deposition testimony showing defendant's denials were false and her perjury during these proceedings. Carolyn lied under oath. If she lies under oath, why should I believe anything she says that's not under oath? And she says she does everything legally. Number 2, the motion violates the scheduling order and would delay trial. Again, the delay tactics. Carolyn, after the last pre-motion conference, should have been cognizant of the scheduling order and that it applies to her. Of course, it doesn't apply to her. The motion is a depositive motion. Defendant does not seek leave or timely move. Carolyn and her counsel propose to violate the scheduling order again. They propose to violate the scheduling order. Also require that a motion be brought early enough not to delay trial. With trial potentially a month and a half away, that requirement is plainly unmet. Courts are especially reluctant to entertain Rule 12 motions post-discovery. At that stage, depositive relief requires the rule standard, and it gives case law, requiring resolution at trial. After the conference, Carolyn declined to file. So all of that for nothing. And now, well past the deadline of the scheduling order, it must be noted that courts have held such a motion may proceed only upon a showing of good cause under Rule 16b, see case law. Carolyn offers no such showing here. Though inexcusable in action, through inexcusable inaction, doing nothing, Carolyn offers no such showing here. Or she waived her rule motion. She waived her right to depose Heather and waived a Rule 56 motion, and she waived a Rule 12C motion. So she brought up a lot and then she waived it all. Number 3, Carolyn already abandoned summary judgment. Carolyn previewed a potential rule motion in a prior letter, which was responded to in a pre-motion conference held documents. She then declined to file. She cannot now repurpose those same arguments under a different rule asserted out of time. Number 4, the arguments are duplicative and baseless. The letter rehashes previously rejected points nearly verbatim from a prior letter motion. Otherwise, there is only a brief explanation of something that's inconsequential here. Rather than rehash the responses to those identical points, Heather incorporates by reference the arguments in document 44, which address these same issues in response to the earlier pre-motion letter. Nothing has changed except Carolyn defendants, so I'm sure that includes her attorney, the defendant's timing has gotten worse. The law, as explained, holds sufficient failure to consider fair use can violate 512F. Section 512F requires consideration of fair use prior to sending a takedown notice. So a jury must determine whether Carolyn's actions were sufficient to form a subjective good faith belief about the video's fair use or lack thereof. Number 5, pattern of delay and defiance. The docket reflects defendants' consistent refusal to follow rules and deadlines. At best, Carolyn and her counsel bungled the case. At worst, they purposefully did nothing, dragged their feet, ran up plaintiff's fees, now want to start over. To drive this point home, Carolyn admits to lying in her answer to the complaint. The case has been snake bit since then.
Okay, what page are we on?
We're on page. We're not on a page. I'm reading Jonathan's letter to the attorney.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be going back to page 5.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear. The proposed motion is no more than a continuing strategy to avoid accountability by delaying proceedings at every turn. Not only should defendant and her counsel be prevented from filing such a motion, they should be sanctioned for their unreasonable and vexatious multiplication of proceedings under 28 U.S.C. 1967. And here is the judge's response. The court is as surprised as it is perplexed by the Rule 12C motion and this letter. The court already indicated in the pre-motion letters back in May that any rule motion would be untimely, as discovered was complete and the parties already had submitted their final pre-trial order. The court set a trial date the next day. Undaunted, defendant Carolyn and counsel not only ignored the court's rulings, but they waited 3 more weeks to file the Rule 12C motion the court said was already untimely. Therefore, the motion is denied with prejudice. The clerk is respectfully requested to terminate the motion. Trial will proceed as scheduled. That was signed on June 24th, June 24th, trial was 2 weeks later. Up until 2 weeks, still trying to delay with the strategy that you would just run up your bill and finally yell uncle and say, I've had enough, I'm done. And that didn't happen. Their strategy didn't work.
She never thought we'd go to trial. They would just drag it out. Because each time these things, bumps in the road would happen, you had to wait for their response, which was always late. And then they had to have a teleconference. Then they had to have a ruling. If that didn't even get delayed, it just, was, we were all pulling our hair as to how is this keep it going? And they get away with all these shenanigans. But here in modern day writing, you hear his response. Go ahead.
And so, again, I just want to reiterate that because we have been involved with watching other trials, this is interesting to us because we do see this happen often going on in court before a trial actually happens. We hear the attorneys and the judge discuss all the different things that they're going to admit or not admit into a trial. We have been involved with this because we have been following a trial. Folks who are listening that wonder why we still are concerned about Carolyn and what she does, because she victimizes people. But we're the haters and the evil ones. Discussion, the legal standard of review. At the onset, the court must determine which standard of review is applicable. So this is going to be what the judge needs to consider in order to make his decision. And I'm going to read a synopsis here first. Legal standards for attorney's fees. Analysis of the legal framework governing attorney's fees under the DMCA and copyright law. Section 512F, so we'll remember from last time, 512F is misrepresentation. That's what you had filed. Allowing damages, including attorney fees for misrepresentation claims if the plaintiff prevails. That's you. Section 505. So again, I would have looked this up had I had time, but I didn't. Section 505 provides discretionary attorney's fees to the prevailing party. So that would be Carolyn in this case. To the prevailing party, as you explained earlier, in any civil copyright action unless otherwise specified. The court considers whether the defendant, Carolyn, qualifies as a prevailing party. That's an important sentence. Considers whether the defendant qualifies as a prevailing party under Section 505. Post-Fogarty, and that's case law. Post-Fogarty attorney's fees are not automatic. Actually, that post-Fogarty changed the law, and I'll explain that in a second. It changed the law so that these are not automatic. They're no longer an entitlement, but within the court's discretion, so within the judge's power to make the decision. Factors influencing fee awards include, these are the 4 things that the judge needs to determine. Fee awards include frivolousness, motivation, reasonableness, and deterrence. I'm sorry. So that's a synopsis of what I'm going to read here really quickly. At the onset, the court must determine what standard to review, whether it's the 512F or the 505. Plaintiff counters that Section 505 is inapplicable because the section under which she brought her claim has its own fee-shifting regimen, which only applies to prevailing plaintiffs. So that doesn't count. Scratch that off the list next time or next thing. Section 505 and 512 are part of the DMCA, which amended the Copyright Act of 1976. That's where Fogarty is the case law. Authorizes an award of damages, including costs and attorney's fees, to plaintiffs when bringing successful misrepresentation claims under the Act. 512F, Section 505, this is what applies to Carolyn. Section 505 is broader, providing for the award of reasonable attorney fees to the prevailing party in any civil action under the title, which is part of the synopsis I just read. awarding defendant attorney's fees under Section 505. But at least one court has granted attorney's fees under Section 505 to a defendant that prevailed on a Section 512 claim, and see case law. The court's review of the relevant case law also provided that there were no cases in which a court denied a prevailing defendant's Section 505 motion for attorney's fees on the ground that such an award is precluded by Section 512F. Thus, the court will now evaluate Carolyn's request under Section 505. Except as otherwise provided by this title, the court may also award a reasonable attorney fees to the prevailing party as part of the costs. Two key aspects of this grant of authority are as follows. One, a fee award is limited to the prevailing party, and two, a fee award is not mandatory, so it's not an entitlement. So whether to make such an award lies within the sound discretion of the court, the judge. Thus, the court must first determine whether Carolyn qualifies as the prevailing party within the meaning of the Section 505. If not, any additional inquiry is unnecessary. Logic and parity of treatment between prevailing plaintiffs and defendants mandated by the Supreme Court dictates that the defendant should be considered a prevailing party when it successfully defends against the significant claims actually litigated in the action. Important. Did Carolyn prevail by successfully defending against the significant claims actually litigated in the action? The only thing she was successful at was having the law on her side. We couldn't read her mind. Under this standard, defendant here is a prevailing party for purposes of 505. I made a note here. So, but did Carolyn successfully defend herself? Per the judge's order, his discretion, apparently not. Judge decided it is not a frivolous lawsuit. Those were my words. Therefore, the court asks whether a prevailing party defendant ought to be awarded attorney's fees and or costs within the court's discretion. So he's narrowing it down. He's continuing to refine and review all the case law. The Supreme Court has made very clear that attorney's fees are to be awarded to prevailing parties only as a matter of the court's discretion. And here's where it cites Fogarty abrogated or made, it annulled the law or it annulled the agreement that the notion that attorney's fees and costs were typically awarded. They're no longer mandatory, however, are not automatic or given as a matter of course. They're no longer an entitlement. Fee awards under Section 505 should encourage the type of lawsuits that promote the purposes of the Copyright Act to enrich the general public through access to creative works, and the Copyright Act achieves that end by striking a balance, here's where you come in, between two subsidiary aims, encouraging and rewarding authors' creations while also enabling others to build on that work, which is considered fair use. In a copyright action, these are the legal standards determining whether to award attorney fees. District courts may consider such factors as one, and I'm going to read a synopsis again. Legal standards for attorney's fees. Analysis of the legal framework governing attorney's fees under DMC. Oh, I already read that. The frivolousness, the motivation, whether it was objectively unreasonable, and for compensation and deterrent. The third factor, objective unreasonableness, should be given substantial weight. I need to take a drink here. Analysis. Frivolousness and objective reasonableness. This is focusing on Carolyn's side at this point. Carolyn, the defendant, asserts that Heather, the plaintiff's claim, was objectively unreasonable because evidence at trial confirmed that Carolyn reviewed each alleging infringing in video, considered the fair use factors, and submitted takedown notices in good faith. And Heather failed to offer any credible evidence. Well, 2 weeks ago, we read that's not true, and I'm actually going to read it again. Failed to offer any credible evidence showing that Carolyn knew her statements were false or acted with reckless disregard of the truthfulness. According to Carolyn, Heather's decision to proceed to trial after Carolyn identified these deficiencies, obviously I'm using the names, not defendant and plaintiff all the time. After defendant Carolyn identified these deficiencies in her unsanctioned motion for judgment, which was what we read a little while ago, was not sanctioned by the court. She wasn't following the rules. Pleadings underscore the objective unreasonableness of her position. Carolyn also argues that Heather's claims were also frivolous because it rested on speculation and conclusory assertions that Carolyn had acted with actual knowledge of falsity. But Heather failed to identify a false statement in any of the 12 DMC notices at issue and failed to provide evidence that Carolyn lacked a good faith belief in Heather's alleged infringement when issuing the notices. Again, this is referring to you couldn't provide evidence that Carolyn had on her mind only fair use, not harassment and bullying. Though objective unreasonableness is not the same as frivolousness, the line separating them is not well defined. Noting that objective unreasonableness and frivolousness are not necessarily coextensive, for that reason, the first and the third factors, frivolousness and objective unreasonableness, are often evaluated together. So it's interesting to just see what the judge has to do to come to his decision. The test for frivolousness largely duplicates that of objective unreasonableness. Case law. Evaluating the first and third factors simultaneously. If a principal distinction between the two were to be made, it is that frivolousness is a particularly intense form of objective unreasonableness. Case law. Under this interpretation, if an argument is not objectively unreasonable, it cannot be frivolous. Thus, the court first asks whether Heather's claim was objectively unreasonable. So the judge needs to look into that. That a defendant prevailed in the litigation, Carolyn prevailed in the litigation, does not necessarily mean that the plaintiff's position was frivolous or objectively unreasonable. Lack of success on the merits without more does not establish that the non-prevailing party's position was objectively unreasonable, while the plaintiff failed to sustain its position. Not all unsuccessful litigated claims are objectively unreasonable. To hold otherwise would establish per se entitlement to attorney's fees. So in and of itself, it would say, she deserves as an entitled to attorney fees whenever issues pertaining to judgment are resolved against a copyright plaintiff. This is now on your side, Heather. A lawsuit or litigation position is objectively reasonable if it has a reasonable basis in law and fact. Case law. Here, Heather's claim was firmly rooted in law, as Section 512F is well recognized basis for bringing a claim. You were very grounded in the law in bringing the claim against her. Additionally, the court found that the trial evidence came very close to establishing that plaintiff had met her burden on at least some of the challenge takedown notices, and it was ultimately a close case. Finding the plaintiff's claim was not objectively unreasonable because the case was in fact a close call, and declining to award attorney's fees in sum, though plaintiff was successful in this litigation, her filing of the case and subsequent arguments were not objectively unreasonable. Basically, it's pointing out that Carolyn, as was said previously, had a fair understanding of fair use and she ignored it. So now I'm going to read a little bit from what I presented last time. I hope you don't mind.
No, that's fine. It's just funny to hear him read that. I mean, you reading that part of him saying, because she just lies to her community constantly about this whole ordeal anyway.
Yep.
It's just mind blowing. The shenanigans and I don't even know. How embarrassing. Like someone said earlier, if I saw her in public, I would just laugh. Like, it's just an embarrassment all the way around. Every aspect. Okay, go ahead.
So this is your attorney talking to the judge at the very beginning of that telephone conference. We can tell by looking at her reporting when she reported what she was looking up. She really wasn't concerned about copyright concerns. She was concerned about non-copyright issues, which is why she submitted to DMCA's. She was concerned about bullying and harassment and other things. She said that in the takedown notices. She said those things. So we can't consider fair use for copyright if you're filing a notice for different reasons, which is what we believe the evidence shows, because she said it, the judge. I don't think that's necessarily so. You can be motivated by what you think is bullying, but that doesn't mean you didn't consider fair use. Well, we know that. And we know that, as was talked about earlier, that Carolyn abused the striking system. Here's your attorney again. I don't think we can argue that Carolyn doesn't have a passing understanding of fair use. We are not contending she doesn't understand. We're contending that she has some understanding of fair use and ignored it. Carolyn testified she could have looked at it, but her browser history shows she did not look at it. She put it in much earlier. Yet they don't actually talk about fair use, which we believe further demonstrates she wasn't looking into fair use at the time. Bottom line, that was a very long answer to your question. We are not suggesting she doesn't have a passing understanding. We believe she does, and she ignored it. Right, so to the extent that I understand your inference, Mr. Phillips, that statement is she can care less about fair use. She is not going to consider fair use if she sees even 1 second of what she considers her intellectual property in anybody else's video except her own. She is going to take it down, and that's based on the video that you all heard in court. So your argument is that shows she has no intention whatsoever and never did have any intent of taking into consideration fair use before issuing takedown notice, right? That's the argument you want to make. And then we'll get to now where the judge and Carolyn's attorney, Mr. Mark, are. So Mr. Mark says, then Heather chooses to sue my client in a lawsuit saying it was infringing. I believe that falling under the Copyright Act 512 even shows a mean-spirited nature of the suit based on little to no evidence. So we're hearing differently in this new order about attorney's fees. The suit based on little to no evidence and the fact that every video view contains large portions of my client's original content. I think the lack of evidence supports a finding of attorney's fees under Section 505 of the Copyright Act. The judge responds.
Okay, wait a minute. Right there, Sparky lied. He says that we used a large portion of his client's content. No,
Right.
we proved in court that those snippets of 6, 7, 8 hour lives were maybe 2 minutes long. So one of them she struck for what was it, 6 seconds? I can't remember. Some absurd amount of time.
It says it in here.
Okay, go ahead. But he lies.
So the judge, and the judge responds in exactly the way that you're discussing. So the notion there's no evidence here, I find surprising. So let me push back. First, the 2023 statement is a pretty powerful piece of evidence for the plaintiff, Heather. I told you I'd strike any amount. And given the multi-part test for evaluating fair use, someone saying, I don't care if it's even 1 second of my video, I'm going to take it down. That's pretty strong evidence. That statement, again, Florida, I'm not on this document. I'm on the last, what I read 2 weeks ago. I'm reading.
I know.
Okay. All right. I saw you scrolling and I wanted to make sure you weren't lost. I became aware of that last time. That statement strongly suggests the person who made it can give a hoot about fair use. It's basically whatever, any portion of any video used by somebody other than the defendant, anyone, she's going to take it down. So what's your answer to that, Carolyn's attorney? Basically, there seems, and this is confusing. When I read it again, it's interesting. Basically, there seems to be a question whether it is a fair use or not. No one seems to know whether it was fair use. We're getting dragged down into a question whether Carolyn's determination that it was not a fair use is a question. There is no determination. So that's very confusing. Basically, there seems to be a question whether it was fair use or not. Yeah, that's the big question, Judge. But if your client is making a blanket statement, I don't care if it's for a second, I don't know how you square that with someone who says, oh, I considered fair use before I issued a takedown notice to take down a video that has 1 second of my video in it. Mr. Mark, well, there is no direct link between that statement and any of the DMCA takedowns at issue, and that's my contention here, Judge. But it doesn't have to be a direct link. The plaintiff, Heather, can establish her case by circumstantial evidence in inference from evidence, and it's a fair use inference, is it not? That says, even if you use 1 second, I'm taking it down. I don't care. I'm taking it down. Mr. Mark, no, I don't think it's a fair inference. I think my client was angry. Yeah, she was. She just needs to learn how to cope with her anger better. My words, obviously. She testified that she was angry because people take her content. She's allowed to be angry if people take her content. She has the exclusive control over it. Right, she does have the right to be angry about it. She needs to address it differently. But she'll never learn. The fact she made the comment doesn't tell you whether what her state of mind was at the time a year prior. What better evidence of that is her testimony, what contains inside the DMCA takedown. And again, we discussed last time, we all know what Carolyn had in her mind. Yes, she was angry. She didn't like the fact that she didn't know who was behind Held to the No, and she didn't like what Held to the No was exposing. So she wanted to find out. Starlight, Robbie, and whoever else she was accusing of being held to the no. She didn't know. She was guessing, and then she found out later. The judge. Well, the other issue is that talking about the statement Carolyn made, your client seems motivated to take down Heather's video because she views it as bullying. There's a number of statements, plaintiff's exhibit. This is my family at a water park. That channel stole without permission and using it to bully my minor children. So the copyright considerations had nothing to do with the takedown. It was more personal because she felt Heather was picking on her. And if that's the motive, then copyright considerations aren't even entering her mind. So here we can see, I really do believe the judge would have liked to have given this to you, but legally you can't prove that it wasn't on her mind. It's like, I'm not going to put up with this bullying. Only I get to exploit my family vacation and videos. No one else, right, Mr. Mark? I mean, where is the intellectual property consideration there as opposed to being bullied? She's accusing Heather of using these videos to bully her and her family, the defendant and her family. Mr. Mark, well, my client Carolyn does say that, but bullying is not transformative use of original content for purposes of fair use. Judge, we're not going to debate whether it is. My point, the statement, especially when combined with it, right? Because a plaintiff can put in her case, it's not one piece of evidence necessarily that's the smoking gun. It's several pieces that paint the picture, right? It's the puzzle. So the argument is, it's the whole thing that was motivated by defendant Carolyn, being upset that people were using her videos, which she thought was to bully her and her family, period. End of story. It was a personal thing, and she was going to stop the bullying by taking down the videos. Even if the bully used 1 second of her video, she wasn't going to put up with it. Mr. Mark, yeah, I would disagree with that inference, Judge. That's interesting. Because from the perspective, she also writes in those descriptions, those are my videos. She is saying that is my original content. She writes they're not authorized to use it. And then by stating what she's saying, this video has no transformative or commercial value. It's just worthless. The judge, where does she say that? Where did she say that? Where did she make that statement? Mr. Mark, my client testified to it. I love this. Mr. Mark, Carolyn's attorney, my client testified to it, and the judge interrupts. Okay, so we'll just put credibility to the side. But she also described plaintiff's videos as mean-spirited. Now, getting a bigger picture of this, it's interesting to hear the judge say, let's just put credibility aside, because at this point, the judge knows that Carolyn lied under oath. Kind of gives you a better picture of what was going on in the judge's mind.
Bingo.
Mr.
Bingo.
Well, here's one for example. She says, this is my exclusive art video with my work, my hands, my voice, my artwork. They sped up the video, but it's my content used to mock me and my family. And I'd like to highlight Carolyn mocking deceased individuals who took their lives because they were tortured and could no longer cope with the abuse that they were subjected to at the Family Foundation School. Carolyn mocks mental health professionals. Carolyn mocks the way therapists do therapy with trauma victims. Carolyn mocks Southerners. Carolyn is the mocker. This is projection. Carolyn accuses people of doing exactly what she does. Carolyn, through her projection, tells on herself all the time. Judge, right, that's where she's bothered by the fact she's being bullied or her family is being bullied. Mr. Mark, if that is a statement Your Honor is making, that is the first half of the statement. She is saying she is mad that her material, it's her copyrighted exclusive material, Judge. But where is that in the statement? That there's any indication whatsoever she considered fair use in saying that's my video and plaintiff's use of it was improper. And then the judge confronts. Carolyn never sued plaintiff Heather for copyright infringement. To this day, she hasn't. And as I stated last time, why didn't you use that $23,000 to sue Heather if you were really interested in your intellectual property? And then we go to the end. The judge, all right, because contrary to Mr. Mark, Carolyn's attorney, contrary to what he thinks, I think this is a close call. I'm going to reserve and get an opinion. So there we can see what the judge heard. And now that he's looking into the reasons why Carolyn would be considered a prevailing defendant based on the legal standards for attorney's fees, frivolousness, motivation, reasonableness, and deterrence. Plaintiff's motivation. You were not motivated by retaliation. Again, Carolyn was the one that was motivated by retaliation because she was considering you were using her videos to bully, and she was getting back at you because she didn't like it. The presence of improper motivation in bringing a lawsuit or other bad faith conduct weighs heavily in favor of an award of costs and fees. Defendant contends that plaintiffs brought this action as retaliation for defendant's takedown notices and that plaintiff lacked any credible evidence to support her claim. You've just heard that's not true. Although plaintiff did not ultimately prevail, the court found that plaintiff offered circumstantial evidence to support her claim, including the video in which defendant threatened to strike any video that incorporated her content. Defendant's self-serving assertion that the record supports a finding that plaintiff's claim was retaliatory in nature, defendant points to no specific evidence of such conduct. As to Carolyn's contention that Heather's litigation conduct, including discovery disputes, duplicative findings, and the 11th hour withdrawal of her jury demand, or, what was their 11th hour request for you to be deposed, are indications of plaintiff's retaliatory motivation. And this action's docket clearly shows that defendant's counsel was far more culpable of obstructionist conduct.
Ooh.
Obstructionist conduct, noting that defendant had disregarded the court-ordered response deadline for plaintiff's discovery requests, denying defendant's request to file a motion for judgment on the pleadings or motion for summary judgment as untimely. So you had asked for the court to order discovery from Carolyn, and she disregarded that request, denying defendant's request to file a motion for judgment on the pleadings or motion of summary judgment as untimely. It repeats itself because there were so many times that the judge had to deny the defendant's requests. Plaintiff's motivation, I think I just read that. The court had previously denied leave to the file because it would be untimely. Again, deny, deny, deny. So deterrence. Lastly, the court concludes that awarding attorney's fees to defendant will not deter future copyright violations by Heather or any third party, Heather brought a single claim against defendant under Section 512, so you weren't harassing her, and nothing in the record indicates that she will file similar claims in the future. You did not have bad faith. That's my insertion on the knowledge that I've learned researching this case. Although defendant Carolyn argues a fee award is necessary to deter the misuse of Section 512F claims, the cost of filing and prosecuting a claim already de-incentivizes meritless litigation, especially when Section 512, the fee-shifting provision, only allows victorious plaintiffs to recover attorneys' fees and costs. Additionally, although Carolyn, the defendant, again argues that Heather's, the plaintiff's conduct throughout litigation imposed avoidable costs, not Carolyn and Mark delay tactics. And we do know that there was someone else that Carolyn is a BFF with who gave her some advice about dragging her feet. Defendant's counsel's conduct was far from exemplary, especially in repeatedly filing motions that the court had denied leave to file because they would be untimely. To the extent that Carolyn's legal fees have been exacerbated by the course of this litigation, defendant's counsel conduct is largely to blame. For the reasons set forth above, defendant's motion is denied. The clerk of the court is respectfully directed to terminate the pending motion. Carolyn, you got nothing. Now, I do want to read this. Obstructionist, someone who impedes progress, systematically blocks, interrupts a process, use of delay tactics, deliberately hinders the process. This kind of behavior could lead to disciplinary actions or sanctions, which we know Jonathan had suggested. And not exemplary, does not serve as a good role model or example. Behavior that falls below the standard expectation. Behavior not worthy of imitation. Does not meet the criteria typically associated with exemplary conduct. It is below the standard. So, I can tell you that if I ever got a review on my annual performance evaluation from a supervisor, and I was told that I had obstructionist behavior and my performance was not exemplary, I'd leave hanging my head and probably not wanting to show my face at work the next day, or maybe not come back. It's pretty embarrassing and shameful. So that's the end of the document. So ordered, July 8th, 2026, White Plains, New York, Kenneth Karras. This was not, so I wrote, Carolyn treated this case like a game. Disrespectful, both her and her attorney nephew, disrespectful of the judicial system, both of them. They mocked our legal system. It's quite curious for an attorney and the alleged true crime creator who refers to herself as the notorious MRB, best community on YouTube. This was not a game, as she plays on her channel. Word cookies, plays with dolls, obsessive focus on toys like mini brand balls, elementary level arts and crafts. Her game is one of preying on vulnerable people who feel sorry for her, performative exhibitions of being a victim on YouTube. So she's a victim of all of us haters. That's why we're here tonight, Carolyn, right? We're reading the judge's order for the end of this trial because we're all haters. The game is the grift of greed, and it's been played on repeat for 7 years. Her community has turned over so many times. There's no one really currently who truly knows what honestly occurred since her son died. And that's really what gets brought up all the time. She gets the people to feel sorry for her, and she's a victim of all of us ex subscribers who want to take her down because apparently we're jealous of her, or because we had a crush on her and she rebuffed us and we became angry, so we decided to hate on her and stalk her to her beach retreat. The game of intimidation, threats, veiled threats. It's just a game to her. So I have a lot of other things that I've written down. I'd like people to be able to talk. I probably need a little bit of a breather here.
Hey, one thing I want to point out. Remember when we first served her, and she got serious and announced it to everyone that she
Mhm.
needed $200,000.
Oh yeah.
That she would need, to litigate would be 100,000, and then up to like 2,000, two hundred
Right.
thousand. And you're talking about scamming from day one,
Yeah.
like crazy. Crazy, just thinking back to so many things she said, and just misleading people constantly. The game is unreal. It's just pathetic. But I'm so proud. Again, I, at one point I scrolled to see what her channel's been doing again, just because. Okay, so she's live with some kind of true crime, whatever, it doesn't matter, 24 people, but the views on her channel or under 500. Usually it's 200 to 300, but whatever. Even then, what I'm proud of is the last video that you read that information. It got 1,100 views. Normally, we just sit around and are boring because we don't care about her. Everybody's
Right.
moved on and all her stuff, but it's just the point of, the judge saying it, and it's finally, it feels, it is a win. I don't care. I will never concede. 100%. I mean, I'm so proud. I am proud. It
You
was so
need to be
frustrating. Well,
self.
when you look back, when he's writing all those delays, and you think back every month, every few
I'm
months, you think around the corner, 6 months from now, this is supposed to happen. We should do that, um, what was that judgment? Summary judgment. I remember that year waiting till October. That had to be the big thing. And we got there and there was more delays. And then they wanted to fight over mediation. Then they wanted to fight over this, deposing me again. It just was, the endless.
It's a
And
it was a
knowing all along, like, why are they not getting in trouble? Why is this never going to happen to where, you know, the win is different, but it's in writing by a federal judge. Like, how embarrassing. And the practice that this judge, I mean, I'm sorry, let me back that up. The practice that this attorney, Sparky, in my opinion, does is shady as F. I have never in my life. It I don't even know. I mean, apparently he doesn't do anything in a timely manner. What, register his stuff, his license, or whatever he's supposed to do with it? Like, you can't be behind on that stuff too. Like, what kind of shenanigans? Was he even current? I think someone said he wasn't even current on his New York license anymore. Like,
Great. His
in
you
the
can
legal,
license number, his and registration number, just like you can look up my license number. The state of New York, state of New Jersey, state of Florida, and see whether his registration is current or not. He's current in New Jersey. He's not able to practice law in Florida. His registration isn't current, and his registration isn't current in New York. It was due in December of 2025. And in New York, you have to register every 2 years, pay your fees, show that you've taken your classes. And so that would have been 2023. You would have been at trial at that time. So, I don't know whether he was or not. I just know what it
it's
says now.
just allegedly he's put copyright, whatever, attorney under his description now. Like, what? Bless it. That
Well,
anybody, you
I
know?
want somebody to be higher, to look under my curriculum vitae and see that this was part of my litigation for copyright, and then find out what a horrible job he did. Her brother is an attorney, right? Yeah, I think her brother, that's the attorney, Sour Milk, or Paisley. Her brother is an attorney, right? If so, it's interesting that he didn't represent her. I think it's her brother's son. I think. I can't
Well,
be positive.
yes, the
Don't
brother
conflict.
couldn't because he's an estate kind of or taxes attorney.
Sour milk and cookies.
But yes, this is his son. But I mean, I think it was real accurate around the time. I'm not sure 100%, but I'm pretty sure that somebody in the legal field called him an ambulance chaser around the time the judge hung up on him. Like, I mean, it was beyond out of your league, this is a hard case, maybe, even if you kind of gave a little bit of grace here and there. Like, it was absurd, embarrassing. Like, and for her to waste her community's money like that is criminal. It
And
absolutely is. It really is. It's just it's horrendous. It just goes in more description of her. But go ahead.
the time and energy to think. See, I think, how was her family and affected by all of it? She drug her sons to court. They're adolescents. They didn't need to be there. They could have been at school. They weren't so young that had they not, Carolyn and Jimmy, not returned home from court in time, they can let themselves into their own home, or they have friends that they hang out with. So to drag them, we know what the purpose of her dragging her children to court was. But how embarrassing, because see, I wasn't there, but I know you had supporters there, and the description of both her attorneys and her behavior in court sounded like it was embarrassing. And I do want to point out, I'm glad that when you referred to him as Sparky, it reminds me that I remember, it's been some time, I heard or saw, read someone referred to us as being disrespectful of the court. Again, a projection, but we did not come up with the name Sparky. The judge is the one that called her attorney Sparky. We didn't. You didn't. The people that were there didn't. So we're getting blamed for something that didn't originate with us. We're just using the term that the judge referred to him as because of the manner in which he behaved in court.
And again, for the record, they don't encourage children, extended family, to be in the courtroom, more or less in shorts, falling asleep, all the thing. And I don't mean that bad at the boys. They aren't taught better and were drugged there. Let's just be honest. But for a recent clip to be sent to me, or I heard, of Ethan saying, Merb saying some little jabs at the haters or whatever, some little, as she normally does. And Ethan popped off, mean, you're the one that's mean. And I
So
thought, wow, again, an innocent, just quick sentence there, Merb. There was the truth.
I didn't hear that. Say that again, please.
The clip was something about the effect of Ethan telling her that she's the one mean.
Being
And I just
mean.
thought, that she's mean, that Merb is.
Didn't he also just say something to the effect of, you think everybody or every place is
Crazy.
dangerous?
Yeah,
Or
something. She's the one crazy. Maybe the word was crazy and not mean. Anyway, it was just like, dang, your own son says it. He's tired of the shenanigans. He had to sit on a stand, and unfortunately, in a heartfelt moment, me have to describe her without being polite. I had to be polite about it, but how dangerous she was.
you had integrity in court.
Yes. And to know that they had to hear that. And for him,
Mhm. You
100%,
took
I
into,
know. They know.
but there's a point. You took her children into consideration, what they were going to hear in
Even in
court,
court. Hmm.
as
Even in
she
court.
that
Because remember,
we.
this is the weird woman that takes her kid to the hospital and sits in the van with him.
Mm-hmm.
Am I breaking up?
No,
Okay, because you are
I
for me.
like I
I'm
like
trying to
that.
sit still. I get mad. What has she got on the screen?
That's great.
Oh my gosh. Looks like Wonder Woman. I love Wonder Woman, which is another victim. And then earlier, the comments,
That
there
was
was napkin gate, as we called it. Look at all those women she attacked horribly, horribly.
what women?
Nancy, the people during napkin gate. The lady that had brain surgery. Oh my gosh, what was her name? Not Camille. Cornelia? No. Oh my gosh. Anyway, there were so many. Anyway, thank you, Florida. All right, I'm on mute.
So I just want to go over this just really quickly. When I talk to you so much, Heather, behind the scenes about my feelings, how thoughts influence behavior, Carolyn's behavior is really gross. You know, she flaunts her excess in front of all of these people that are donating money and working at jobs for minimum wage, and then wants people to pay her way on her vacation or her grief retreat. Grief retreats and vacations are all the same now, I guess, according to her. But now we know that rules and laws don't apply to her at all. They apply to everybody else, but not her. So peer-reviewed literature search to present circumstantial evidence to the court. There is empirical research being done. How seeing a pattern by watching Carolyn's videos would give a clear demonstrations about how her thoughts, feelings, personality characteristics, satisfaction with her own life led her to make the decision she did, which the judge did see how she exploits her family. She was more concerned about the feelings that people were making fun of her, mocking her children, and she didn't like it. She just projects that we're the ones that mock when she's the one that mocks. So, you know, I say we won and we continue to win. I mean, this is a huge win. This really is the win, because this was the landfall. Carolyn was expecting a nice big payoff. But this is an article ever so briefly. Yeah, how did that work out for you, Carolyn? Mind over
With the video going. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no. Let's watch the video.
No. You keep talking. It doesn't have any sound. It's just hilarious. Go ahead.
Great. Oh, Miss Edisto with the tiara. Florida, you always crack me up. That is so funny.
Go ahead.
I loved your thumbnail, by the way, Florida. Behavior. We've wondered how our thoughts and behaviors shape our actions. This isn't just philosophical musings. It's backed by psychological theories, scientific evidence, and lived experience. The interplay, how our thoughts and feelings direct our behavior. The interplay between our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors is a complex dance of psychology, neurology, and experience. And that's what I was talking about the last time. You can stick someone in an fMRI machine and see what areas of their brain are lighting up. A neuropsychologist would be a great expert witness to be on the stand in this kind of a case. Understanding the connection can help us gain insights into our actions and empower us to lead more controlled and purposeful lives. Again, when her attorney was calling, saying, well, she has a right to be angry, and I interjected, we have a right to be angry. We just need how to learn how to control our anger and deal with it in more appropriate ways and not hurt people because we're angry. Emotional triggers lead to impulsive actions. I think that's part of what was feeding Carolyn's strikes. We experience strong emotions like anger or excitement. We're more prone to act impulsively. These emotional triggers often bypass logical reasoning, leading us to make decisions we might regret later. And positive self-talk boosts confidence. Negative thoughts foster avoidance behavior. Fear triggers the fight and flight response. Fearful thoughts or feelings can trigger our bodies into fight or flight responses, affecting our decision-making process by preparing us to face the threat ahead, to face the threat head on, or to avoid it entirely, fight, flight, or freeze. Social comparisons that shape our behavior favorably or unfavorably. Understand the connection between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. You've got to understand that your thoughts and feelings aren't isolated. They're closely linked to your behavior. This connection is underpinned by the influence of brain chemistry and neurological pathways explanation. Our brains are wired in such a way that our thoughts can directly affect our body's physiology, hence influencing our behavior. Numerous studies have demonstrated how certain thought patterns can alter the chemical balance in our brains, leading to changes in our actions. The basic psychological theories about thoughts and behavior. So I think that's just enough. I don't really need to read anymore. I just wanted to give you an example that there is empirical research out there. Neuroscientists, psychologists, brain chemistry, all of that. Our thoughts influence our behavior, and I believe that in the future, people are going to win these arguments because they're going to have an expert witness to testify to the fact. And no, it's not direct evidence of reading someone's brain, but it's circumstantial evidence.
I'm sorry, it would prove that she's crazier than F. Let's just put it like it is. And had we been able to show just a top 5, would have been mind blowing. If the judge thought
Well,
what we did enter was, you know
had
what I
we
mean?
known, maybe I could have spoken to one of my
Right.
peers and colleagues and have them speak to your attorney. Had we known that, had more experience, or obviously had Jonathan maybe thought about it. That is something that I could have helped with as far as finding someone who could have presented as an expert witness. I'm not an expert witness. I'm very knowledgeable about it, but I am not an expert witness. I'd also like to point out that I don't believe that this loss, this huge loss of money, $80,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money to think that you're going to get even $50,000. I don't know what she thought she was going to get, what she asked for, and what they might have given her, but she was expecting some money.
Oh, she
And
started, counting it down around before she ever went on vacation, 100%.
borderline
100%.
narcissistic, antisocial personality disorders. The severe personality disorders often don't learn from their mistakes. Often some of them do when it involves money, but often they don't. So, I don't have any hopes that to have regret. Carolyn has never really expressed regret for any of her behaviors in the past. She always finds a way to blame other people for what's happened to her. It's always somebody else's fault. She never can sit back and say, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that, and then learn from that mistake. So it's sad, but this is all very diagnostic to me. The projection, the not being able to be accountable, the obstructionist behavior, the deceit, the lying under oath. To those who are listening, who think that we're all horrible people who are picking on a grieving mother after she lost her son, and that we stalk her to Edisto, she has to turn our names into the Edisto Police Department because we want to kill or threaten her or her children or her friends. It's serious pathology. And that is, again, only one of the reasons I refer to her as dangerous.
And again, remember, we FOIA'd all the calls from her house where she implies that we have
Right.
reported her so much she, was taken by ambulance or police car or for 5150 or whatever, and it comes to find out that the call came from inside the house.
Right.
But she went after Body Cat and I to a dangerous level. It's just crazy. All the things, the stunts she's pulled for so many people. Anyway, sorry.
That's okay. I'm finished. I want to look at some of this chat. Davida, come up.
Yep, you've done such a great job. Thank you. I mean, it was a phenomenal moment. And unfortunately, when I got the news, all I had was what summary I had from Jonathan. And, I'm kind of barely reading it and can't comprehend, and it's quite a while before I get notes from someone that reads the order from the judge. to let me know how fabulous that was. You know what I mean? I'm still relieved, but it was just so much. I had to take it in. It was just like, I can't, finally. And then this whole campaign, this is the last thing I really want to say about her, about, oh, she's going to turn into 50,000 subs by the end of the month or something.
Right.
Keep on, Barb. You know, your own words
Doesn't matter if she has 200,000.
come back and haunt you. And I guarantee you, this is going to haunt you again, because you think you're going to keep getting away with things and never have to be made uncomfortable.
Well, she gets away with it because she doesn't have the same people. So she can spin her story. It's the same story over and over and over and over and over again, just with little twists and turns where she can convince people.
But in my mind, also, this is now the first time that you have proof of her shenanigans and horrible, dangerous behavior that can be used to explain some of her things she continues to do.
Oh, you mean what's
So,
in white here? What the judge is saying?
yes.
It is evidence. You're right.
You know what I mean?
We're not just making this up. And the interesting thing is that she hasn't revealed anything. I mean, she never even would show, like Florida will show the document on the screen so people know that what I'm reading from is an actual document. Carolyn reads her nephew's letters, but she never shows anything, and she reads them piecemeal.
Right.
She has shown no transparency, no evidence. She always claims she's got evidence, and she never shows it. She's a lot of hot air.
It's funny you mentioned that. I got a readout one time not long ago. How many times? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, when I say that, she's, put the hair on the back of her neck, standing up, and now she's going to try and prove that she's not all hot air. She'll do something to try and prove that what she says, she really means. Again, like the BBT, she does everything legally, but legally, tape recording a phone call when you're speaking to someone else and not telling them, it's dirty, it's a betrayal of trust. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. It was done, as she said, she does it to everybody because later on, if something happens, basically she uses it as blackmail. That's Carolyn's mindset. And she doesn't like to hear the truth.
Yes.
Is Davita still here?
Do what now?
Is Davita still here?
I hadn't seen her in a minute. She may be.
She's J.C. Ray. She's desperately yeah, it is. I thought about that, J.C. Ray. The elephant in the room. A true crime creator won't read out her own court records. Again, I'm going to highlight, why have we been involved? It's not an obsession over someone that we just don't like. We're standing up for people who have been victims. That's moral character. Standing up for the victims of the Federal Foundation School. Standing up for the victims of the Provo Canyon School, where Paris Hilton went. Standing up for children who have been abused. Standing up for human beings who have been sadistically harmed. Carolyn says she doesn't like it when her real life has been harmed. Carolyn, or whoever she has the work do behind the scenes, because I know she keeps her hands clean. You can probably say she doesn't do a lot, but there are other people who do things. The police department was called on Natasha's son-in-law. Bitey Cat's family was contacted. Police were sent to Randy's home. Police were sent to your home. She did something with Nikki and her husband. Apparently there was something after celebration number 2 where Nikki and her husband were affected by Carolyn interfering with their real life. There's Lisa D, Jewels of Thought, BBT. Again, so many people she has had either herself or somebody else try to interfere with their life, their livelihood, their families, slander them, tell lies about them, write horrible exposés about them.
And
But
she
she's
posted,
ego.
and she posted in her Slack that I'm absolutely gutted that they destroyed this channel. I just don't have the viewership anymore after all the slander.
Was that like during Natasha? Oh, let me see. Okay, Carolyn, so sorry, guys, but this is the reality. We could not get 100 people in Scott Peter. That's today?
No,
Oh, okay. Scott Peterson, I cannot afford to run all the programs I need on this, let alone my family. I am so very sorry. I am absolutely gutted that they destroyed the channel. That they destroyed the channel. How did we destroy the channel? By leaving? I mean, she doesn't let anybody know what channel this is happening on. She hides everybody from knowing the truth. So how has this channel destroyed her channel? How have I helped to destroy her channel? I haven't done anything to Carolyn. Haven't crossed any boundaries, haven't contacted any sponsors, haven't stalked her to Edison, stalked her anywhere. Nobody has, to the best of
no.
my. I am going to try one more afternoon video, but there are. Okay, so that was, yeah, it's always somebody else's fault. Again, that's
Yeah,
what they don't
always.
learn from their mistakes.
That's so
But
wild
she's,
because she's reading
she's
something
never,
about Scott Peterson tonight.
yeah, she's never
How full
denied,
circle is that?
Oh, that's
she's
weird.
never admitted that she ever lost any members. Not in public,
She
she
says she
has.
kicked them out. You're not welcome here anymore if you associate with them. If you're with them, then you're not with us. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. But that's true. I mean, she never admitted we're growing. That's all she has said. She's growing. How? By buying them? Because I can tell you, I wouldn't go watch that. What am I saying? I do. If I wasn't standing up for victims, I wouldn't watch it.
Right. Well, unfortunately, I wasn't watching her. Once in a great while, you tune her in. What's Carolyn doing? Because, again, like we've said over and over and over again, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And she's predictably unpredictable. So, in the middle of a true crime presentation, all of a sudden she goes into a tirade and starts talking about different people in this community. And so we have to keep an eye on her because that's why she's dangerous. She says things that aren't true. She does things that are dangerous. Davida, what are you having? She's eating dinner. Shocking what she did to BBT. Yes, she tried to ruin her. Exactly, Pearl. It's horrible. And I know there's a lot of mixed feelings about BBT. Again, there's probably mixed feelings about a lot of us. But the fact of the matter is Carolyn hurt BBT horribly, horribly. So that's, I think, the first victim that I really saw. And I'm so glad that somebody else brought up Casbat. And, back to the night that you were going to court and we were on Florida's channel as you were driving to the airport, it was really nice to see. Like Sally Ann showed up. There were a couple people from the past that were there. They had been there in the past. They were hurt. We hadn't seen them.
There was a lot. Yeah, it was
There were a lot
crazy.
of people that came in that night.
Yes.
Like we were there when this all happened and they were cheering you on as you were going to court. So, it's just horrible. Watching that lynch panel with you and Dreaming and Sally Ann the night that she was screaming, I have never been able to watch the end of that. It was horrible to watch. And I know that there had been that marathon at the beginning of the year, the New Year's marathon. And I know Sally Ann had made some personal disclosures that made her vulnerable. And that lynching panel, I remember watching that thinking, this woman, Carolyn, has not a care in the world that she could literally send this person overboard.
No.
She could care less how she just dug into her and was so nasty. Sally Ann, who knows? Something horrible could have happened to her, and it was really very hard to watch. Merv.
Carol said Brian Enton on line one. Oh my gosh.
She blasted Sally Ann because she was moving too fast in her channel. Right? She wasn't allowed to have Slack. I remember that, Fancy
Yeah,
Nancy.
Sally Ann shouldn't have had Slack. She was too small. She didn't know how to use it. You know, all of us, everybody wanted Merv's channel.
Right. BBT wanted to take over. They were infiltrating. That's it. They're infiltrating my channel. They want to take me over. Oh my goodness. Brian Enton online.
Nobody wanted to infiltrate. I mean, nobody wanted to infiltrate that channel.
Right. Sally Ann, very talented, just like Davita. Davita's as fake as the fake food she makes. Davita, you make beautiful fake food.
Because people liked
It
the
needs to
people
come.
on the panel or in the community, and she had to make them out to be a devil. And the one with the Vita just tops the cake because everybody loves Davita. They, you know what I mean? And just like, how dare her? Same thing when she went after Dreaming. I mean,
Ugh.
it's crazy, crazy. But the best revenge of all, or whatever you want to call it, is the fact of all those good people getting away from her.
That's
That's
right.
what the blessing in the end was, you know?
That's why she doesn't see that she did it to herself.
Yeah.
You know, just something just crossed my mind that I've thought about, and I don't know that this would ever be something that could become a reality, but it's a thought. You never know. Put it out there. There's a lot of victims here. She did a lot of things, horrible things to people. And it would be interesting. I have a good friend who is an editor, editors in the film industry. And I wondered if people could do videos about their experience of what Carolyn did with them, and that we could make our own documentary about what happened on YouTube, True Crime Channel, and people tell their story and have my friend edit it.
There was a lady, Nana 14, y'all probably remember way back, way back. Merv went after that lady. She lost her husband, some of her children even, was a grandmother or great grandmother even by then, and she gave her a mini stroke because she was so anxiety ridden and scared because Merv was attacking her. It just, Merv knew how to intimidate and make people extremely paranoid that didn't know better, weren't used to people like this on the internet. Who thought a human would act like that? So all the
Shocking.
words and the emails you wrote her and the stories you shared about your children would be used against you when you left. One of the napkin gate rants she went through,
Oh, is
selling
that
out Nancy's son. Well, how would he like it if, I contacted his business, or if I did this or that, if I treated him like you are questioning my napkin amount, whatever, you know what I mean? It was some ludicrous argument anyway. But she threw his name and the threat out within seconds. She got so mad so quick for it to come out just like it was nothing. It blew my mind. I mean, that's just, I keep just one thing after another, as we all know. It's just, but again, the tide turned a few years ago. Her actions without consequences are changing little by little.
It's a,
So that's
and I've told her and told every one of you guys in here, I don't hate the woman. I don't know the woman. I don't like her actions.
No, I don't like her actions either. I don't like seeing people abuse other human beings or threaten other human beings or lie about other human beings. It's abuse.
Yeah, Jolene's another victim. J May, yeah, she brought up J May's son. Yeah, she went after him, threatened him as, being a doctor at a fantastic hospital and just contacting, nuts, ludicrous. But what she did to J May and Scooter participating and then bashing her and pretending like they were getting information from a neighbor of her acting crazy in a bar.
Oh, right.
You
See,
remember that whole skit?
I
It's a
couldn't get
skit.
my name
One day,
down. I remember the pajamas, but they're, and I, wondered if there are people here that I didn't mention. I mean, I haven't been around forever, but yes, Jamie, I remembered she was a victim. I just couldn't remember the exact circumstance. You're right. I remember the
Alice Springs,
they
hey, darling.
in a bar.
Yes, because again, the other day I thought about it, and the perfect word is kind of a skit. It's
Yeah,
all her things are done in an act. It's like a light switch. All of a
that,
sudden she's got this performance
Hi,
she's doing.
Dave.
Hello.
yay! Hi, Davida.
Hi, hi, Sarah. Hi, Heather.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hey, Avita. Welcome, darling.
You fake woman. You're as fake as your fake food. Davida, you were so silent on care. I never really got to know you. I just adore you. And
oh,
I
thank you.
remember hearing her say that and laughing and thinking one day, I just want to be able to say that Davida is as fake as her fake food.
Yeah,
It just
I'm
shows
fake as.
fidelity.
Yeah, I had about a month and a half of her berating me.
Did you?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yep.
Horribly.
Hi.
Remember she went after her daughter's grave, questioned when her
Yep.
daughter died. The most inhumane things to say to another grieving parent. And
Oh,
you want to pretend you're going to start this,
agree
whatever
for
it is you call it,
that's horrible.
bereavement month.
Tribute to your daughter was beautiful, Davida, and it
Thank
did,
you.
like you said in the comment, it reminded me of another story. I'll write. I won't go into it. I'm not going to talk that much, but it reminded
Dave
me
doesn't.
of a story about organ donation. So God bless your daughter, and God bless you for raising a woman who did that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I was gonna say Dave doesn't know I'm gonna do it.
Go ahead. Oh yes, thank you.
Sarah,
Beautiful.
can you see it to read it?
Sure. Let me
Thank
get
you.
my computer. You're sure. Get my computer on my lap here and make this larger. Davida, right now, I want to honor my daughter, Tanya, and what she did for the love of her country. She loved all branches of the military, us. She was a donor and she specified where she wanted her body to go. She wanted her body given to the military people that would need something she would be able to give, whatever that might be, her eyes, her skin, anything else that would be useful to the men and women that would need something to make their lives better. I remember walking with my family. See, brings back memories. I remember walking with my family, following her bed from ICU down the hall, the Walk of Honor. Everyone standing on each side of the hall, showing her respect. When I watched as the bed turned the corner, where I couldn't see her any longer, it broke my heart knowing she was leaving us forever. But as the years go on, and I know there are people that are living their lives just that much better because my wonderful daughter. What I think of so often is how much I would love to look into the eyes of the person that received her eyes to see her once more. I couldn't be more proud of you, Tanya. Love you. It's so beautiful. Just chokes me.
Yeah, it breaks my. It just the
Just to be an
pureness.
organ donor is so important. I have a couple of letters that tell me the eyes went to this person. When I worked with the organ donation agency, not worked with them, worked at the county on the ICU and then helped families make that decision. It's a huge, huge decision, and it's a very hard decision.
Very hard.
Make.
Very
Yes,
hard.
it's very hard.
Guys,
So you were
there's a
fortunate,
couple
thank God
reasons.
she made that decision herself. Go ahead,
Right.
Florida.
There's a couple reasons why I shared that.
Thank you.
Some of you do not go to Dave's page, so you would have missed it. She posted that on July 4th for Tanya.
Yeah, the
And
sad thing about YouTube, you don't get notifications about what's on a community page. So yeah, it came across my vision field. I did see that. but I'm glad that you brought it back up because a lot of things don't get shown.
True.
Well, that's the thing. We get busy and I miss things. It's 2 or 3 days, 4 or 5 days, and I miss a community post, or I didn't know somebody went live. And so I'm so glad you brought that up because we love Davita and we honor her. And
Yes.
it's just another
How old was
moment.
she, Davita? I don't know that. How old was she? And I don't know anything about her story except that she's
She I always have to think about her age at the time. She would be in September, she would be 54 because Jason's going to be 55. And she died, I always get mixed up with this, was it 2018, 2017?
Oh, recent.
And she had a massive brain aneurysm.
Mm.
And it took her immediately. They said she was gone before she even hit the floor.
Wasn't she in her early 20s? No.
No,
30s,
she was in her late 40s.
They always make her younger in my mind, but I also I don't know why. I'm terrible with age. My aunt laughs at me. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, she wasn't feeling good, and she complained of a headache, and she thought she had the
First
flu.
headache of their life.
And she thought, she was just not feeling well. And she went out to dinner, and when they were leaving the restaurant, she said, I don't feel good. And she dropped, and they kept her alive on support. And because they saw that she was a donor. But that's the hardest thing, is because when they have to do that, we still had to fill out a bunch of I cannot believe the paperwork that we had to do.
A lot.
And I did. I remember when we were walking down the hall, and I remember it was amazing to me how everything is timed perfectly, because they were keeping her because they knew that certain people were, like, for instance, her heart. There was someone that was going to pass if they didn't get a heart. And so they called in, and just as we were walking down the hall, they were coming out of the elevator to get with a cooler, and I knew what that was for. And as a mother, when you're watching that, and that she's going to go, and all you want to do is say, take her back, keep her alive, any way you can. But that's not, you can't, because she would never have any life. I mean, she had an aneurysm, she'd be a vegetable.
Right. She'd be on for forever. And you watch their bodies wither away.
Right. And you're, as a mother, you're thinking, don't take her, but yet you know that they have to. So as they were wheeling her, and they came with the ice, it was an ice chest, a literal ice chest.
That's what it is.
So as we were walking, and she was turning the corner, I said to Wendy, my daughter-in-law, as we started to walk back, and I don't know why I even asked this, but I said, Wendy, what time is it? And she said, it's 3:15. And right away, because I said, God, she's going to be in heaven with, as soon as they take her off that support. And I thought of John 3:15. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that anyone that believes in him will have everlasting life. And I said that to Wendy. And then from then on, she gave everything. I mean, down to her skin. And
God bless her. What a divine inspiration that came to your mind. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, it did. but
It just makes
when
it
when her when her
somehow better a
yep,
little,
when
you
her
know?
grave was questioned, I couldn't believe it. Because I will say one more time, I never, ever said one word about Carolyn's son in
Of
any
course you did.
derogatory way.
Of course you
I
did.
never laughed at him. I never talked badly about him.
Never.
I never was a part of a video about him. All these things I've been accused of.
Mm, mm, mm.
And I've stayed quiet because I've been told to. And to let her keep on doing what she's doing by accusing me of something which is slander, defamation,
Hmm?
bullying, because I never come at her. And I don't deliberately.
But what an
But
example
she
of
had
what
the
this
gall to talk about
advocate,
my daughter's time of death
What did
and
she
to
say
make
about her
light
time
of the day
again?
that she died. It
What,
wasn't me that talked, it was her.
what did she say about your daughter's death again? The time
She
of
was
day.
questioning, well, I thought she died on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, right. Okay, right. Right, when you said that you don't
No,
celebrate.
no. That was when she was talking about the grave. The time when I went up and she goes, "What'd you do today?" Don't tell me for a minute she did not remember what day it was.
Yeah. That's the sadism in her. That's where you see that she's sadistic. She enjoys doing that. I believe that from the bottom of my heart, observing her human behavior for this period of time. She enjoys doing that, and that was deliberately done to hurt you.
Yep. Oh, I know it was.
Yep.
I know it was.
Horrible.
So
Just,
I have
just like she's done
everything
to
she
everybody.
says. It was done to me.
this is the woman that made her skit up in her mind before she got home from the hospital with her son, before she gets in that shower, and the famous scene of her implying the way she describes everything as if it was a wreck,
A car accident.
and
Right.
to be a, you know, to be her, she to be the victim from now on.
Yep. What
But
hospital was your daughter at?
She was at St. Joseph's in LA.
Burbank?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
How,
And
and
that's where she had her last child was there. And I again, it was so awful because I remember going to the hospital when he was born, and then I was going to where I would see her for the last time. It was just so
oh,
I can't even put it into words.
hmm.
But yeah, because she lived in North Hollywood.
and again, for the record, and I've said it
St.
before
Joseph.
to Vita,
Penny,
So
Davita,
she had how many kids?
Three.
She had 3 kids. So was
Hmm.
she married at the time?
Pardon?
Was she married at the time?
No,
Okay,
no.
so 3 kids. Oh, how old were the kids?
They were older. They were older because my oldest granddaughter now is 34. She'll be 34 in August. And then my other granddaughter is going to be 33. And then my grandson, he was little, not little, but he is now 18.
Well, he was little though. If that was
And
2017,
like I said,
he was
what's
little.
hard is when you watch your grandchildren, when we go to visit her grave, and they'll sit there or they'll lay down beside her. You know,
Mm.
it's awful to watch. You know, and
but this is how, in my opinion, just stepping away from it, that's how normal people act and grieve and love and just the ultimate love of their loved ones. She does not portray this at all. And I remember I loved you on the panel, what few times I got to be on panel with you before I left her channel, but I still admired you through the chat, and all my friends through the years knew I still was rooting for you and so upset and screaming like, leave, leave. And when that night happened of that, God forbid, video that I had to make
Mhm.
of that St. Patrick's Day. You are some of the top 5 reasons that I was relentless at exposing who this person was.
Mm-hmm.
It's just unfathomable, unhuman. I don't even know the words to describe her mentally, but the skit is just the most inhumane, cruel. To sit up there and act like play dumb and then get on a call with Sandy Ruzick to prove that, you really were sorry for making that comment, but she
Mm-hmm.
couldn't say she was sorry. Just
Mm-mm.
the audacity
No.
to the Davita, you never did anything to her, never did anything to anybody, never spoke, even when things were crazy on the panel, or even now, oh my God.
No.
So I honor you in the fact that this is over. And I know what
Yes.
I hoped and promised, and thought would happen. And maybe it was a little disappointing, but I knew I had to honor it somehow for the shit she'd done to people. And looking
And
at her channel tonight, knowing that she is a miserable person, she got everything she deserved.
she
And
did
then
get
some.
everything she deserved.
I
And
don't care.
you the other night, Heather, when we were talking about this, and it's good that it comes up now with Davita. I told you that, and I started tonight saying I want to kind of pull this together and be able to look at it as a whole and see right now how one person's behavior, the toxic tentacles that went out, and how many people were affected by this one person. All the people she hurt, and
Yeah, just watching what she did to Davita just broke people's soul. And again, Davita and her story and her legacy of her daughter is a fine example. It makes me want to be a better person every time I hear
Mhm.
Davita speak or talk about that situation. It makes me want to tell my kids 10 times more, I love you. Like, gosh forbid, when you drive away tonight, will thunder hit the car and take you away? You never know. And,
Yeah.
it just, again, it's such a horrible thing, but what a blessing on when she shares it, because I feel better. Just, I don't even know. I just love you, David, and
Love you
I
too.
wish I could fix it. There's just no words. But
No, I
you're a
know.
class act, and her life has touched so many people because the story of her touches so many people. When you tell it, even it's
Hmm.
just,
I really
anyway, I
appreciate
don't even
you
know how to say it.
open up and say, I've never asked, I've wondered, and
Hmm.
like I said, I'm so glad to know you now through this channel. It's just been so fun to get to know you. So thank you so much
Oh, you're
for
welcome.
being
And
willing to answer the question and make yourself vulnerable.
oh yeah, she was honored at after she passed at the well, people donors, I should say, not just her, but donors in general that year, because it was through One Legacy, and
One
they had a uh, float at the Rose
Oh, right.
Parade.
Rose Parade, right. They
Yeah,
always float.
yes, and her name was on there with a rose.
Oh, that just sent chills up my spine. Yes, I always look for. It used to be called Scopesy and then One Legacy. Yes, I always love seeing that parade, that float in the parade. You and I being from LA, the Rose Parade is a big deal. I mean, it's my favorite parade. It's a great parade. That's so wonderful.
I agree, Simply Vision. She deserves all the exposure for her bad behavior. That's, we don't do live after live of her for hours.
I got knocked off.
It's Hi, Dave.
Hi.
We do. We talk about things and then we move on to something else, and we may come back to it, but it's not a constant 2 or 3 or 4. It's so whatever she's telling her people now, it is a lie.
Nobody's
Yep.
saying,
I
I
mean,
don't care.
it's always been a lie, and I really don't care. But you know what? The more people that see us and the bonding we have over here that you all have is amazing to me after going through all the crap she put you all through.
Oh my gosh, LMW, so
Yeah.
good. I thought about you the other day. So great to see you. Thank
I'm
you for
seeing
coming by.
Destin's comments. I'm seeing Paisley's comments. It's so nice to see everybody in here.
Supporting Davita. I hope you saw these comments earlier too. You'll have to come back and read them. Um.
Can
Anyway,
you hear me?
What did you have for
Yeah.
dinner, Davita?
Can Heather and Sarah hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hmm.
Heather?
Yes. Oh, here we
I
go.
can't hear Heather.
Uh-huh.
I got knocked off. This always happens.
She's picking on me. All right, I'll come back and I'll come
I'm
back
going to
in.
go out and try to come back, Florida.
Okay.
Okay,
Sandy
now
Law,
we're going to lose two of them because Heather and Dave are both going to go out. Boop.
Sandy, so Davita was Sandy Law's first or last straw and dandy. Davita was my last straw and dandy. Yeah, Sandy Law. It's interesting to think about what was our last straw. My last straw was that Lynch panel with Heather Dreaming, Sally Ann. That was it. Cass, that was before that. Yeah, it's interesting to hear people, see people's stories.
Yeah, what the final straw was. And it's been a long list. I mean, she had two big, huge mass exodus, 100%. But the
Great,
steady
because I
stream
did
leaving.
Law, and it's been nice to get to know Sandy Law. See, and again, some of these people were blocked by me because if you were associated with Carolyn on her channel, you just automatically got blocked. And I've been able to find people and get them back on. So Sandy Law, I mean, your dollhouses, you are so unbelievably talented. I know we've prayed for you. There are lots of people. It's been so wonderful to get to know people here. And the nice thing is this is a community that hasn't turned over.
No,
How
Yeah,
long
Paisley.
in existence now? How long? 4 years? How long have
two,
we been?
two,
years?
I think.
Mhm.
So in the middle of the trial.
Yeah, because I wasn't here for the first part of a, a lot of it because I'd been in that car accident.
Mm,
So I was gone. I mean,
Yeah, she was recovering at the beginning of all the things with my channel, but a couple of years into it, she picked up the reins just to keep going live when I couldn't or didn't. I don't know. With litigation and stuff, it just kind of got to where, like, nah.
right.
So,
Okay.
um,
Was your car accident before or after? I remember Florida when you were in and you were painting in your garage. You were painting those beautiful flowers. Was that before?
after
That was after your accident. Okay.
we,
and then getting to meet Sandy at
yep.
court, like, she's adorable. I mean,
And her daughter.
yes, I mean, everything, like, it just, I'll never forget that moment. I'm downstairs and she's up, or I can't remember if I was upstairs. I think I was upstairs and overlooking the foyer, and she came in and I realized it was her, and I'm hollering in a soft voice in a federal court looking, and I'm jumping up and down like a little kid, like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe when I got to hug her, and her daughter's just as precious, and it just it just, was wonderful that everybody came, but just those moments and looking back, a long journey. But anyway, um,
And I see destination. Mine was getting hollered at for dilly
it's
dallying.
one-
I remember you told me that. It's ridiculous when she takes mail her stuff. Sandy Law, we're going to need another tour of that dollhouse like no other I've ever seen. Exactly. Well, not just the dollhouse, but the babies that she makes.
mhm. Well, and you promised to come on here and do the cricket. People keep mentioning that every now and then, including Davita.
Oh, there's
We-
Nightmare.
Seeing people who are
Oh, hi,
really.
Night.
Hey, Davita.
Hey, thing
Yep,
one.
Nightmare came in.
Oh, getting to see thing one. We spent the night like little
Oh, hi, Thing.
sorority girls eating. I don't know if it was PF Chang that night. I can't remember what we ate in the hotel after court. But it was so fun to go back and we were so worn out and hot, get comfy and just reflect on the day. But just getting to catch up with her and Jackie sitting on the bed like a little girl, and I go in there and bounce beside her and jump in her big old bed and talk about what we're going to do the next day and what we're going to eat. And I don't even know.
I think Jackie may have got busy because she was going to be up on panel tonight.
Oh, was she? Okay, good. I talked to her the other day, because trying to catch up on all the things. And okay, good.
Jackie was
and I'm gonna say it whether Heather likes it or not. Just so I can do it and be rude because Merb thinks I'm an ass. Heather, you're blocked. So hey Merb, you're not the only one that still has an outstanding lawyer bill. Okay, Heather still has one, and maybe you ought to get her a jobby job to pay your bill because she has to pay hers. You know, Jackie did what she said. So, like I said, Heather still has a portion of that bill to pay too. So, don't sit here and use it for sympathy and use it because we all know your money didn't get used for your attorney.
Yeah.
Your
Right.
people.
Well, and the other thing is too, is didn't most of us, all of us, I don't know how many, it's her family member wonder whether or not she ever was going to pay him a penny or not. Which
Yes.
reminds me, I mean, I did kind of do some research on, you know, is it a conflict of interest for an attorney to represent a family member? Not really. It's a conflict of interest for me if I were to do therapy with a family member or friend, so that's different. But it's really not a good idea. And one of the things that I found as I was looking it up was the whole billing issue, that the potential for problems with the family when someone doesn't get paid. Who knows what their arrangement is? It could have been she pays him and he gives her the money back under the table. Who in the world knows? But you know, we can't do wild speculation, Carolyn. You are not all facts and no fluff, which you stole from Emily D. Baker.
And I do have the proof. I just don't have it right handy. So I will show it. The messages in Slack where they are telling you to use them fees to pay your property tax.
I remember that very clearly. Oh
So-
no, go ahead, Carolyn. Just go ahead and use it. We love you.
So yeah, I do have the screenshots of that. And as in your words, the internet is forever.
And as I recently learned, that includes YouTube having videos that she may hide. We know she doesn't delete them, but she can privatize them, and YouTube has them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, Sandy, I appreciate the PayPal suggestion. Whatever. It's what my agreement is, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I have a
And
bill
we
left. And
out in the future. I'm going to excuse myself for just a second.
I sent a box of jars. Oh, I was reading destinations. I don't even know where I was going with this. I don't even care. What were we talking about? I just lost my whole train of thought over glass jars. Let me have another drink. Okay. Davita, what did you eat?
Well, just now I had popcorn, but earlier I had a BLT.
Okay, so my PayPal is held to the note. And to be completely transparent, I have a bill less than her GoFundMe. I think it's at 18,000 now. But don't worry, Merv. I told you in the beginning when this started that I wouldn't be the last one. Other things would probably step up after this was over. So I can see why you would be concerned. I really would. We'll just leave it at that. More to come in the future. Because the best part of war is waiting. Just when you think, LMW passed it. I miss you. Thank you for coming in. I was thinking the other night, it's like, man, I miss her comments. Um, but back to Davita and Sarah. Y'all two are just dolls, and I appreciate everything y'all have done for the community and just being great examples that
Oh,
Merv was
these are
so jealous of.
a lot of great people.
Yes, it is. And I don't want to feel. I feel bad because the list of names, like if you start the list, then you feel bad because you think, what about this other person? They went to
Yeah.
hell too. And I always said that, like, it's not about me. I represent a ton of people that instantly just fell, to the side and were just horribly done. But anyway, um, so Florida, that puppet dancing at one point you had when Sarah was reading. Oh my God, I was done. I was done laughing. That was a cute video.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
Heads. Where is Heads?
Heads up, 7 Up.
Yeah.
I
Jay
know.
was asking where Heads was.
Well, it's funny looking at the replays. You know that they come along, here and there, and they're playing, they're watching the replays and have some that stay in touch behind the scenes, and I'm so
Mhm.
grateful. I heard from Mr. Sunshine. I'm not going to say anything other than I was just glad to hear from her. It had been a minute, and she's having some health struggles, so we can also leave remember her in prayer. But it's just people like that I just like every blue moon. I love to just know y'all are still around. Everything's good. I wonder what old J Bills is doing. I mean, I'm just saying.
I thought about her today when I was thinking about all the victims.
I know. I thought about that.
I thought about because that was BBT time.
Well, even though I think that whole thing was really crazy, she was a victim of Merbs in a sense too, though.
Oh yes.
Even with because that whole thing that she did around the time she was going after Natasha, she brought the whole subject back up and did a replay on how the events went down and her poor victim. And I remember the whole tampon thing started, and I'll never forget. That was like the worst thing I'd ever heard. Like, why would you even tell that part of the story? And I thought, no matter what, like, I can't believe you're talking about somebody like this. And whether she wrapped it up in the garbage can, I don't even know. It was horrible. Anyway,
She has a very vivid imagination.
I don't believe that part of the story was true at all.
I
Can
don't
I
either.
prove that? No,
She has
because
a really vivid imagination.
right, because it's not true. I mean, I feel like that. Jay Bells was a complete liar, 100%. So I don't have anything to prove, but just my gut. When she goes to that kind of a skit again, that nasty sexual indicate, like it's just I don't even know. It's weird. Nobody's mind goes there, nor did they think about the first time they meet Lisa D with Jay Bells. They get in a vehicle together. She's envisioning Lisa D's letting her throat going down the road. Like it was just bizarre behavior. Even right
Envisioning
before,
she driving them off the road.
yeah, well, yeah, she felt like all of a sudden she had this vision in her head, and she describes thinking that she's going to do all these terrible things to her behind the seat, behind the seat, including using that knife that way. And the story's even told when they get to dinner at Outback. Like it's crazy. Merv tells this whole story herself. But we didn't know all the signs then. Then when you go back now and you look at a clip like that, you think, holy hell, this woman was crazy.
It's always the worst.
Yes.
Worst scenario.
Was it Merv's tampons or Jimmy's? That's the truth. That's the truth. Oh my gosh. I know. And Lisa D was an angel. She really loved Merv. It hurt her.
No.
Same thing with Carol Boyce. The sorrow and
Carol was a real
sickness.
sweetheart.
Yes, when you remember Davita, I stand on this. You were there on
Yep.
those Zoom calls at Christmas time. They missed sending things to the boys. They
Mm-hmm.
felt
Yep.
horrible that they weren't going to send them anything that year
Mm-hmm.
because of their ratchet mother and knowing that they probably wouldn't see them anyway. But they still cared about those boys.
Yep.
And,
And those boys liked her.
yes. Remember them exposing on a live, screaming and yelling that, oh my God, and Lisa D had a hell to the nose shirt on, and the boys were just so upset. Why did they
No,
know? Oh, you made
Lisa's
it.
she's a good person, and she did care about those boys.
Yes.
So did Carol.
Oh, they both did. It was just horrible to hear the inflection in their voice off and on as they described it. And I remember thinking on the call, like, holy cow, this is crazy. These boys, how did they get exposed to people on YouTube? Like, why wouldn't you protect them? And she never would. Even as time went on, and we kept begging her, leave the boys out of videos, quit exposing them and all their things.
Well, not
It was
only that,
just
but to tell them that people want to kill them, to tell them that
That's terrible.
people came to New York to assassinate their dog, to tell
No,
them people hate their mother and want to kill her.
no,
That's what she's telling her children.
awful.
It's horrible. It's abusive.
Yeah,
That's emotional.
emotional. Yeah,
And they know. They're old enough now. We prayed the whole time. Like, she can say whatever she wants to about them. I don't care. I can say what I want after going after my son. But I only always said and prayed that they saw the true you and protected themselves and had a great life. Whatever that had to be to get away from her or whatever, find the strength to understand her manic, crazy mental problems, in my opinion, that are dangerous and protect themselves and that they not do that and they're fall victim to some person with that kind of trait that they date or marry.
Or
When
like
your
marry
children are
people.
born, you start praying the minute they're born. I'm sorry, the minute they're born, you start praying for who their life partner might be, and if they're raised right, and you want better for your children, not worse.
Mhm.
And because you have all these problems, ailments, sicknesses, mental, whatever all the words are, this awful life you've developed, you shouldn't put them have to be through it. Put through it. I can't even talk anymore. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Um,
Happened in her life that made her the way she is.
right, right. Like I'm not perfect, but I knew the mistakes I made. I didn't want to do to my children. And
But you
even when
have
they did, you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm a mom. I'm trying. Am I perfect? No, I fall short every day. But gosh, every time they come in the room, I want them to know, and my grandkids, that you're loved. I'm going to stop and look you in the eye and say, hey, I love you. I tell people at work, I appreciate you. Thank you. When people leave, I appreciate what they gave that day, a teamwork or whatever it was, whatever their job part of the day was. They came in, contributed. Even though I don't own all the things, I appreciate them as a human. But you don't cross me. My famous line is, don't take my kindness as a weakness. And that's what Merv did. She thought, oh,
hmm
here's another. And like Nightmare, you were right. I don't like the word victim. I can't stand it. But sometimes when you put it in the broad spectrum, as Sarah did with the foundation school and how she went after those victims in the same way, it's horrible. You want people to understand the depth of this lady. But anyway, I don't know. Yeah, customer B. Yes, that's right. There's no therapy, medication that will help it. 100%. And that part of it is sad. And honestly, where she
I
says
don't
all
know
this,
if it would. I don't know that it would. I really don't.
yes, and that's what I mean. And because we've discussed it before. And just like me describing the court scene as we left that day, and we're all happy to kind of just get out of there for a minute. Hey, how are you? And Merv turns that into somebody filming her and stalking her. Just the craziness. And she stands on that like it really happened, even though the names have changed. She keeps getting confused on apparently who was following her, but whatever. It's just, it's not normal at all. That's what's sad. And I think, honestly, in my opinion, the older she gets, we know it's gotten worse and worse and worse. So you can keep looking at
It's
that camera sideways and you can keep
like
pretending. Because let me say this before, and I'm going to end this on this. And I've been waiting to say this for a long time. And I say this only for me, not Florida, not anybody on this panel. This is my statement alone. I thank Ray many times 100%, because I've honored him as a person I didn't even know, but I felt compassion for her when that happened.
Yep.
It was horrific. And as a mother, I could never, ever do what you have and acted the way you have under his name. Never.
You know what?
So I thank him. If there is an angel up there looking over during this case and some of the other things in the last 2 years looking back, you ain't gonna take that ray of sunshine, girl. You can shut up your ass because Ray knew better. He knew you. Period. That's all I gotta say. Sorry.
I think my personal opinion, based on professional experience and, you know, a long time working in the profession, that Carolyn is actually really angry at her son. And she's not able, that's the denial part of it. It's so deeply seated. I think she is so angry for the reason that he passed away, that she has to project that out and take her anger out on everybody else, because it's too dangerous to feel anger at your own child. Now, if you're in therapy and I'm dealing with someone like that, you help someone learn that their anger is normal, that it's okay. You can have many thoughts simultaneously in your brain at the same time and not have to just pick one. But I do believe that a big part of her grief not reaching a different level of healing and being able to accept and move on. Not that, again, Davida, I know you know that I'm not saying you just
Oh, I
move
know.
on. That's not anything close to what I'm saying. I think she's very angry and she can't accept her angry, and therefore she's never going to be able to deal with it, and that anger is going to be projected out onto other people.
Hundred percent.
It's not
100%.
parents to feel angry at their kids. That doesn't mean you don't love them, and it doesn't mean that you don't feel grief. You can just feel all sorts of feelings. We're not rocks. You can, or
And in your opinion too, just kind of, I mean, again, not for any kind of just friends talking. Is it your opinion that she does have four types? You know, the
say,
antisocial, borderline, and histrionic narcissist. I mean, I don't even know if she's not bipolar.
my opinion is that she has a lot of traits in the personality disorders. And so at the time that I was working, if I were to make a diagnosis, it's called a personality disorder, NOS, which is called not otherwise specified. They have traits in all the different categories or from several of the different categories, so you don't necessarily pick just one. And also, diagnosis is a fluid process. The more you work with someone, the more you can refine the process, the diagnosis. But yes, I think that she has characteristics and traits from several of them. My concern is that it's more it's the failure to recognize social norms, the failure to see that rules and laws apply to you, making up, doing things your own way without taking other things into consideration. That's more in the antisocial personality range. It does include like malignant
Yeah, that's
narcissism.
the thing with her. I've always said her diagnoses are as long as my leg. It's just not
No,
one.
to tell you, it's kind of like telling the judge. The judge told both her attorney and her, no, you are not going to be deposing Heather, and they couldn't take no as an answer. What do we hear her say? Tell me I can't, and I show you I can. Tell me I can't, and I'll show you, I will. It's defiant. And it's also the lack of remorse. That's in malignant narcissism as well, but the lack of remorse in the antisocial personality disorder is also present. So
Sociopath.
it's a
Yeah.
concern.
Yeah. Just goes on and on and on.
Lack of guilt, the lack of shame, the lack of regret. She hasn't had this order that the trial is finally over and the judge denied her payment. What have we had it now? 5 days? Has she taken, do you think, any time to consider, wow, I may have really screwed up? Maybe I really should not have done this. Maybe I need to look at myself. Maybe I do want to try and grow my channel again. Maybe I need to treat people differently. No, I don't think that she's done that at all. I think she goes into immediate. She's defensive. It's everybody else's fault. Everybody's haters. They want to take her channel. And she's going to now probably spin another story for all these new people that are in her channel to have them feeling sorry for her again. It's just, again, as people say, wash, rinse, repeat, wash, rinse, repeat. It's over and over and over. And, you know, you hear people or see people say, Carolyn or Merv, you need to change, you need to do this. In my mind, I can't even say you need to do this because she won't. She doesn't need to do anything. The fact of the matter is her personality is her personality. And that she thinks that it's okay to be who she is. And therefore, she's going to do what she's going to do. She doesn't have the ability to have what's called an observing ego and look at herself from the outside and kind of observe herself and say, you know, this is something that I need to change about myself. I like this aspect about myself, but I don't like this aspect.
Well, that's those another total discussion.
Yes, it is.
How dare those bricks trip her in Charleston, right? That's called when your mean comes to you. I don't know. It just
Mean comes
amazing to me, is it, you know, that a human being can be like this. But whatever, you know, we all. I don't even know.
Oh, geez, yep, the shame
I've
on
never ever.
her in Charleston.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I believe the same thing too, Milk and Cookies. Anyone who associates with her there will soon realize she can't hide who she is for very long. We've seen it. If she would stop the hate, because her channel is built on hate, then we wouldn't be around. But unfortunately, we've needed to protect ourselves. That's why we're around. And we were around because we followed a court case and a trial for the last 4.5 years.
Heather, how long was it? Dave might know. How long was it that you guys were actually out of there until Hell to the No sprang up?
It was the year of COVID
Was that? I
when I
don't know.
left. So I think I left around 2020, somewhere in there. That it was following that January.
Right.
When did her son die?
2020 was COVID when we went into social
I'm so
Yes.
bad at dates.
I think her son died in 2019, but again, I could be wrong. It could be 20 and 21, but whatever. And
Her
it may
son-
be that because the channel was created in the early part of 22.
Her son
And
died
I had been gone a year, and she was dragging the snot out of 4 or 5 of us constantly. Everything that happened was blamed on My Crazy Life, Abby Lynn, Heather, J May, Hewitt Potter. I mean, just the list goes on. Dreaming, you know, whatever. And we were hardly ever. We went on a few panels, but other than that, we were very, very quiet. And she couldn't stop. She could not stop. She was threatening Trisha B with the Christmas lights lady, and just the amount of damage that year thing won. It was horrible. Anyway, it just and I know I'm forgetting a few more. Utah, Aoife. Anyway, so yes, my best guess is about 2 years before that I create the channel, because like I said, there's a year where we're quiet. And then somehow, you know, I decided to make a couple of videos, and it all started, which
Okay,
was
so
early the year.
Okay, so nobody said a word to this woman for a year.
Right.
No, only, you know, there's some screenshots that she always threatens not long after I left when we're in White Tigers Discord with Tazbat and so forth, and where a bunch of people left and went in there, and she got screenshots of me saying, "I'm going after your channel, your PayPal, your Patreon." I was angry at her. I sure was. And it might have been before Dreaming died or right in there, but they had already been really nasty at her. So I was angry at her, and I did say those things. I sure did. I was angry. There was a lot of people angry at her. But
So I guess what I'm trying to say is everybody in here was quiet for a year.
Hmm?
And
Mm-hmm.
it didn't matter.
no, she kept
She
poking.
came
Then
after you guys, and she is blaming you for all of you standing up for being attacked for a year.
Hey, Buddy Cat.
Good
telling,
point.
oh my gosh, Bitey Cat,
She's
yes.
here.
And you got to
Yes, she's
remember on
here.
the timeline, 2022, I start the channel 2022, the same year that spring, summer is when the mass exodus of the mods with Bitey Cat and Nana Patty, Lisa D all leave and Davita. And that mask was slipping horribly that year because her videos were pointing out her horrible behavior. Natasha had already gone after her. She was squirming every which way because views were dropping unless she did drama, and she just kept on and on and on, and then started attacking each people, and it just got worse and worse. You remember the napkin gate I talked about, the horrendous prices that she was getting for a little while, and then got greedy. That whole spring, summer, that whole shenanigan was going on too with the auctions, and it was psychotic to watch.
Hi, Paisley.
So basically, like I said, I wasn't around for all
Okay,
that. So
thank you, Paisley.
basically, you guys are the badasses for defending yourself of her attacking you for a year.
Well, I mean, I don't call it. I often have tried to explain to people, how did this get dropped in my lap, or how did it just was meant to be? The way things fell into place, looking back, it's crazy. But that's the only thing I can think of. Like, I have no idea. I remember thinking she was a little whack when I watched her the first few times. And then there's some kind of shift in the COVID. I don't know what happened to me to click a link. I lost my damn mind. But I went in there with good intentions. And then, her son died. I thought, hey, not that I'm funny, but I'll just kind of try and lighten the load a little. And here I went. And then the rest is history. But that's how innocent. And yes, like, I don't even know. Yes.
But we all
So crazy.
okay. I started listening to her because she was on at night. There's not a lot of people live at night.
Right.
Okay. And that's when I was up a lot.
Well, that's where, 2,000 people, well, not 2,000, 1,000 people would be in chat on a good night with her, because the Chris Watts thing was, ending-ish. She was still reading it, but there was other channels reviewing, and she would go live and get all that started with that Kim lady or whoever it was that had a channel. And, there was all that shenanigans going on, and she was entitled as hell. And people were on the panel, whether it was, I'm not saying me, other people that were, entertaining and trying to cut up. And she started using that more and more. And you remember, at the time where true crime kind of died down, she would have people, entertain while she searched the internet or bought stuff on auctions and all this weird.
Yeah, we
Where
all
she
opened
thought,
them
yeah,
stupid
she
ass
thought,
balls and
yes, let everybody entertain and come up with ideas and talk about stories and do all this weird things where she
You
could
guys
use
support
them for content.
much.
what, Dave?
Oh, I was just saying hi to people. Hi, Element. I'm saying hi to Bitey Cat and to
Oh.
Paisley.
I know, it's so good to see everybody coming out of the woodwork. Buddy Cat comes in and other people. Oh,
Love it.
it's so crazy looking back. I mean, and they act like we're 90,000 years old in the bed, whatever. There were young people in her chat too, even though she wants to make everybody 85 and crippled. But whatever, that's her mentality, because, she's still 13. I don't know. But that wasn't true. And we had a life, and we had children, and we had things going on like normal. But no, she portrays it like we're just obsessed. We watch every move. It's insanity. But anyway,
Well,
started watching her.
if she wants to portray it like that, that makes her worse than what I thought because she really was preying on
LMNW.
the vulnerable, single,
Yeah. Elderly.
elderly people that was that couldn't sleep at night or woke up, just for some unknown reason woke up and hit her channel.
Grandmothers that feel sorry for her, like they're her like she's their
Well, she's
granddaughter.
a perpetual victim. I remember we've talked about it 1,000 times. How many times would she go
Hi,
after
Val.
the trolls in the chat and talk about these other channels and all the things they're doing to her? And we didn't know. I remember going, why? That's terrible. Well, just ignore it. You're a great person. You're going through this terrible thing with your son and whatever the story was she was selling. And we didn't know where to go and look. And I didn't know her behind the scenes at all. But, I tried to defend her a few times. It was like, that woman came on there cussing and screaming at Buddy Cat and Carolyn. And I was like, how dare you? With anybody. Like, who talks like this? But anyway, she just lost a ton of good people. And at the end of the day, that's why I say we already won. LMW, I met her because of an accident or whatever during the auction with Dandy. An innocent, like I just bid something and I felt bad of overbidding her, so I had to send it to her. Oh, well, Lord knows, Elton No bought you something. You're kicked out of the community.
Oh,
Uh,
Dandy's
speaking,
here too. Hi,
speaking
Dandy.
of Dandy, she is here.
She's
And she handed my girl.
Dandy, are you here? Hi, sweetie.
Yes. Oh my
here.
God, my
To the
dandelion.
party. See all of these stories. We all came together for this reason, this trial, and now it's over. It's over. It's a big win. We won. We've been winning, and we really did win. This was the greatest win. All that matters to Carolyn is money, and she got nothing. And the judge saw right through her. It's in the court papers as it was spelled out tonight.
But see, that's
Carolyn
somebody
rejects
said.
the
Somebody
badness.
said in there that she said we depended on her for our mental health. No,
Yeah.
we didn't. Because look, this panel basically runs itself. More
But even
people.
then, people are human. They got like dragged, ostracized, you threatened. I mean, all the things in the world you did to these people when they left. They were innocent, just in there supporting you. And the next day they had a different opinion. How many people did we watch get kicked out because they
Mhm.
had a difference of opinion? And even if she didn't kick them out, she shamed them so bad for disagreeing with her view on a subject, whatever it was.
The lynch panels.
Yes. It just, oh God. Another time I'd be screaming at this poor screen, like, how dare you? Just a human being. Like, I don't even know.
I just want to scream back at her, Carolyn, you're a nobody. You're a
And it's so proven. She cannot. I don't care what she does. She can stand on her. She can buy 100,000 views tomorrow. It is not going to mean a damn thing.
I don't care if she got 500
No.
subscribers. Florida has less than 1,000 and she gets, 1,000 views, 500 views. I mean, do
Right.
the math. Carolyn has almost 50,000 subscribers and she gets 4, 5, 600 views.
But even at the back of the day when we were
No,
posting stuff, I don't know what the videos used to do with up to no. I don't even remember now. But I remember a couple of the lives we were pulling 2 or 3,000 watching. These were people that were just still around watching and commenting, and it was a massive amount of people.
she was getting tons of views
It
with the
went through drama channels. It's all over the place. There were true crime channels talking about the case and how Merb's behavior is. It's just unreal.
See,
The
that's
water
it.
park alone, or
And
whatever.
People were there for the panel, not for her. And that's something she don't understand. It was the people on the panel, because half the time she didn't pay attention anyway.
Right. That's true.
Facts.
And they were there for each other. Because, see, I remember when I first started, I didn't know anything about YouTube. I came in so totally vulnerable. Like I said, I came in under my name initially. But I would say some things in chat and nobody would respond. And I would read the chat and I think, well, it looks like these people have known one another for a very long period of time. They know about each other's lives and they were talking about completely different things than what Carolyn was talking about. So I was just ignoring the chat and just listening to Carolyn talk, late at night with my head on my pillow.
Okay, Julie.
But people had relationships with one another. And then it was really hard when she would kick somebody out and then they lost their friend and people were trying to find out, how do I get a hold of my friend that I used to talk to all the time in this chat?
Oh, I got chastised for years, still about contacting people when I left. I mean, she makes this whole big thing that I went like to a list of hundreds of people. No, there was maybe, I don't know, a handful, I know it wasn't more than 10, that were in Slack that I did look up, their whatever they had listed of their own name and if they had possibly left their phone number. And I text them to say, hey, if anything happens, I just wanted a way to contact you. Because I knew in my heart I was leaving. I just hadn't announced it. And she makes that such a big point. Like, I did something terrible, was trying to quote. I said from the jump, you cannot make people see things until they're ready. Period.
That's right.
You can't. I wish I could have. I could have done a magic
But
wand.
see, if you all, what I don't get, if you all were supposed to be friends on panel, why couldn't you be friends off the panel?
Oh, because that girlfriend that you used to have or you knew in school that couldn't stand more than 2 friends because it made 3 people, she can't handle it.
That's the junior high school mentality. There's a developmental arrest there.
There's a problem. And I still believe that she was not included in a lot of stuff growing up in her community and in school. You can't tell me she was. And so I don't know how that, in my opinion, when she got bigger in true crime, all that,
Oh, it went to her head.
all of a sudden she was the pick me girl. I finally got picked. Look at me. I can be nasty to you now. I can do what I want. You can't tell me what to do. I can say what I want. I can do what I want. I can threaten. And it was like feeding a drug addict. The more that everybody fed into the poor victim
That,
mentality of whatever the subject was, and everybody rallied around her, the better it got. And the more the
Beth, what do
skits
you,
came, yes.
Beth, what do you mean? Merb seen everything in Slack.
What?
She said she hated it when people talked in Slack where she couldn't see what was. Merb seen everything you guys texted in there.
Well, there is that whole thing of debate on whether she can see text messages in Slack or not. I mean, I don't even know. I still think there's a few things other than saying to people, like dreaming, conversation she would have hit the roof over because we started to see things. And I'm sure we were writing it to each other. And I feel like if she'd have known that, she would have thrown us out earlier. But you know what I mean? Instead of us leaving. But I don't know. I can't prove, but yes, she is a nasty person. And then you had some people that you were friends with that
Well,
went back to her and gave messages. I mean, people were done wrong that way.
well, Slack is designed. Slack is designed for a business. It is designed for the person. Okay. That starts it to be able to monitor what is being said in there.
Yeah, because it's a workspace. It wasn't supposed to be like
Yes.
a Discord. You know what I mean? Discords are completely different. And again, for the record, for those that don't know and are so scared of it because of the words she uses, it's like the devil worshiping black hole of society. No, there are good discords and there's drama. There's every kind of. It's like anything. If you want to look for something, you can find it. But there are good communities. You could like listen. 5 of us can make our own Discord, and it be it. We can talk on the phone together. Not have to be on camera. You can text each other in there, say hi, good morning, talk about good times, bad times, and that's what we did in our Discord. But you know, so she just wanted everybody to control it. She had to control the narrative constantly. Her victim mentality we showed over and over when the mole would send those screenshots from Slack. When the mods were leaving and she was petrified and freaking out, didn't know what to do, and she would say, "Oh my God, can this just stop? I just want to go ride my bicycle." I'll never forget that. Thinking, really, these people are asking you. They feel that this person is threatening them and whatever their concerns were, she was ignoring it. Like, oh, it's all about me. And they just keep picking on me. It's like unbelievable.
But I mean, but Heather is right. Slack is designed as a workspace so your boss can keep an eye on what's happening in what's being said around the company.
Well, I mean, it's used for a professional, kind of like a Zoom with a text. Anyway, I mean, they can get a record of it, yes. So it's not really like a social media thing, like Merb tried to make it. Which I think too, and I'm pretty confident now looking back, as we knew with her using Dreaming's name on an account, she knew what kind of format that was. She's smart
That's
enough to be
real.
stupid. You know what I mean?
Real. After Dreaming died, she had that account. You showed the paperwork that had Dreaming's name on it,
Yes.
where she was getting free like subscription.
Mm-hmm. 100%. She never thought it would matter because, she was gone. And it slipped. Again, in her tyrant of going after us about some kind of, I can't even remember what brought the whole Slack thing up, but she was demoing it and she went to put something in and there was Dreaming's name all of a sudden. Boom.
Well,
It
that's what
wasn't,
feeling
you
like
can't,
Dreaming really was kind of was an angel, guardian angel, helping you with all of this. These
yes,
things
that's,
would.
I said day one. That began the whole, it's just crazy. We met somebody related to Sandra Law. You'll have to remind me, Sandy, my mind's kind of gone for a second. I think it was your son or somebody that came on and explained Slack because he knew all the things and he was so wonderful on Randy's panel and even tried to go over and debunk stuff with Merv. But, he was trying to tell the truth and explain it because I was confused on the ins and outs of Slack and how Dreaming's name could appear, could not appear, could you see the messages? I mean, all the things. And it's just, I think she knew. I mean, 100% she knew. She knew everything. She knew that. Going back to J Bell, she knew. That was all a con, hoping that that woman was real for what she was going to give her. 100%. Why would you bring a stranger for 2 weeks in front of your children? Like, it's ludicrous. When she says the signs were already there, all this weird stuff had been going. Anyway, it just, everything is intentional. She's crazy, 100%. And she's dangerous when she gets in her manic stage, when you push her too hard. That's why I say, sit back. She always tells on herself. She'll make these little innuendos. I got some secrets. We're going to have fireworks all next week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, go ahead and tell it, Merv, because you're going to anyway. Why you want to do that? Like, I can't stand it. Drives me crazy. Do I have to tell the community every now and then, hey, there's something coming, but I can't really say anything? I hate to do that. But sometimes I'm so excited, but I'm not, it's not really ready to push that button yet. But I don't constantly tease it at people. Like, it's Ethan sitting in the car at the hospital. He'd been mowing yards, landscaping, whatever. None of my business, whatever he described. He was hot. He wanted to just rest, and she couldn't shut up and leave the car running. So he literally got out and laid down on the concrete before he finally talked her into going to McDonald's while they're waiting on their dad, his dad, at the hospital. Not going inside like normal people do. I mean, I don't even know. That whole mess right there. And you could go down a psychiatrist chair. We'd be there all day and all night trying to analyze that shit. It's just in this private hospital. Like, are you kidding me?
I mean, it took me forever to find any one of you when I came back on.
Yes, because we were quiet.
How'd you do it?
One night I happened, oh boy, I happened to go into Natasha's.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
That makes sense.
I remember.
A lot of us went over to Natasha.
And Heather's name popped up. You can ask Heather. I said, hey, Heather. And I'll be damned if Natasha didn't come after me.
Oh wow.
Yep. I think you had gone in BBT's first. I can't remember. You
Yep,
went somewhere and
I
made a
did.
comment kind of towards her, so that started it.
Yep.
But yes, that's the second round when we were in there exposing
hmm
as hell to the no. And that's when I couldn't really communicate. And I was hollering in the background, oh my God, what am I going to do if I say anything? I'm going to have to tell her who I am. And I don't, like the protection mode was so fierce in those moments of protecting everybody, anybody. I didn't want Davita to know. And when I finally told her, I'll never forget, she said, I knew. And I promise y'all 1,000 times I've told the story. Every time I'd see her and I go in her chat as hell to know, and I try and mess with her, I kept telling everybody behind the scenes, she has no idea. Wait till she finds out it's me. She has no idea it's me. And we would talk
I
about,
don't know. And I don't
can you,
know how. I remember one time
you just had that gut.
I was doing a coloring video and you came in and I, I just knew. And I don't know how I knew, but I knew. And I can't remember if I said, just, can you give me a hint or something?
Mhm.
And
Yeah, that
because
was
you
like
said,
towards the end, and you kept, can I
because
ask
you
this or that?
said you'll know me. And I
Yes.
said, okay, I'll know you. Okay, wait. And I thought, it had to be something that you said that rang a bell with me,
Yeah.
but I still didn't know for sure.
Because again, I tried to write things without giving too much hint, but
Hmm.
also throw things off because although it's so hard, there's a person I adore. And I can't say, oh my God, it's me because I felt so comfortable in your chat. I had to be really careful. And I remember thinking that, like, I can't even, it just sucked.
And we
But
finally found out at Nana Patty's, and I think it was in November. Was it in November? It was
or
almost towards the
October, somewhere in there.
holidays,
Yeah,
I
it was
know.
fall. It was right
Yeah,
before Christmas.
yeah. And that's how, and then Nana Patty said, I have someone in here. And when she said that, I said, I knew it.
And I was like tearing up as each one came in there, Buddy Cat and Carol Boys. I'm like, oh my God, it's you. It's me. It's been me all along. I've been watching and rooting, and I couldn't say anything, but I'm so glad y'all left. And oh my God, the shit she did.
Yeah,
You finally had a
everybody
voice to
was
say,
crying. Yeah.
oh my God, I knew. I've been watching. I've seen it all, but I couldn't say a lot. I would try to make a video or make a highlight of whatever
Yeah.
without being too much. And I can't, it was just funny. It's so weird. I remember at one point feeling kind of crazy that I felt like I was two people. There was Heather and there was Hilton and O because I had to really be, I'll never forget. I one time commented, I used to use my phone and the iPad when I would go in as Hilton and O. And I accidentally somehow in Nana Patty's commented as Heather. And I was
Mm.
talking about making a video or I need to get back to putting this video together. I made some, and I was like, oh my God. I couldn't erase it. I kept pushing it and it wouldn't go away. And I was like, oh my God, oh my God. Marb's going to get a screenshot. She's going to figure this out. And I came back with some excuse, and tried to cover it up. And then later came in as hell to the no. But I was flipping out. I mean, flipping out. And apparently, I don't guess anybody really caught on to it, which was great. But I thought, oh, I've really messed up.
Well, it was like you know how deep in your gut. I mean, I just thought, God, I just know it's her. I know it's her. Because I would take little things that you'd say and I'd think, God, that sounds like it could be her. But you don't know 100% yet. I mean, I couldn't put my life on it, you know what I mean? But I
Right.
was pretty. And then finally, when Nana Patty goes, okay, someone's in here. As soon as I heard, I said, oh my gosh, I knew it. I
I know
knew
that my
it.
friends were so worried when I make comments. I can't say y'all or blah 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 because that's a southern thing, and obviously I can't write like I'm from Australia either. So I would try and throw things off like I lived on another continent or time zone, or but even then, after a while, that got old, and it just it's so funny.
Well, Dandy, you remember, right? Because Dandy's saying how she loved Carol. Because Dandy was in there at that time, too.
Yes, yes. And see, I adored her, and she was there at Merbs, and I was gone. I got to see her come and be introduced to the community and loved her, and then watch her get treated terrible and all the things that happened, and you're just sitting there watching it. I'll never forget there was a purse being sold and some seashells to Stephanie, seashell lady, and Merb reneged on the
Mhm.
deal, and Dandy's sitting there so awkward, bless her heart, because this whole meltdown happens with Merb, and
Right.
yeah, I don't know, it was this whole fiasco, and I just remember cringing, just oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, please get out of there. You don't deserve. You could do so much better. And it's like, you start rooting for people you don't really know, but you followed them just like everybody else. And you're just like, oh, you can tell they're good people and you just don't want to watch it.
Hmm.
And thankfully, I hate that a few are left there now that
I
are the
know.
victims. But
I know.
Jolie said one time when I was in the hospital, you can't save everybody. And I think back now, like we're down to, I don't know, a couple handfuls of people. I mean, look how many it stopped
Mm.
from the torture, the humiliation, being ripped off financially, lied to, all the words. And it wasn't me. It was all of y'all in the comments. I'd put a silly video up of her shenanigans and blah, blah, blah. And, hope you got what it meant. And it was the story every one of y'all were telling in the comments.
Hmm.
On top of how was your day and talking about real life and just being there every day and funny things, but also relating to whatever was going on with the Merb. And that is what is so priceless. It's
Yeah.
like it's right there. It's written. You can't make it up.
And the things that Carol went through too. And man,
Yes. That's another travesty. Like just
mm,
unbelievable, beautiful human being that was
mhm,
lied on. Her religion lied about every
mhm.
aspect of her.
Yep.
I mean,
Treated
didn't Carol's
horrible.
husband have cancer when he was toting all them
Yes.
dolls out there?
Yes. He did.
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Yes. And all the woman wanted was years later to please. He's now deceased. She's cleaning things up around her place and wanted all those Tucker totes gone. But it was like in my mind, I thought a couple of boxes. I had no idea
Yeah, I didn't
the
know.
amount that they picked up for that lady in the snow during COVID with him in recovery going through cancer to end up dying, and then she gets it. And then Merb writes or comes on the screen and tells this whole story that is completely a lie. And Carol
Mhm.
was just writing her emails, and they had proof, and it was just insanity when Nana Patty read them and compared to what Merv was saying. And it's like, wow, lady, wow. Over Carol Boyce, like it just, you couldn't. That woman adored those boys. And
Mhm.
at one point, Merv, but she was adamant as to how evil
Yeah.
and black and sadistic and God knows what all in that household went on. Her words. And this was a Christian, beautiful lady. Like, oh my gosh, I wish y'all could
Yeah.
have heard her voice and her stories. And just, I can't tell you what a beautiful human I got to know for just a few months in
Mhm.
there in Zoom and hear her, whatever. It just, it broke my heart.
Yeah.
But
She
she was
was. She
so
was very
strong
nice.
and she was so adamant that this woman is going to pay.
Hmm.
And I believe it happens a lot more every day.
Yeah. She was such a nice person, and she always worried if she didn't hear from us. Remember,
Yes.
she'd always want to make sure she heard from us. And then when she got sick, it happened so fast. I
Yes.
couldn't believe how fast it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally within just a couple months.
It was, you know, it just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking that anybody like Merv would take some of her breath that she had left. Those days that took away from her, and she had no idea. And that's
Uh-uh.
why, at the end of the day, all this negative and all this craziness with her, it is so deep and heavy. I can't really take it anymore
Hmm.
because it's just so, it still hurts me to my core that she's hurt people. But at some point, you have to just know she's never going to change. And there is good out here. You can
Yeah.
still find something good even in the worst moments. We get up every day. And sometimes I tell myself, thank God I'm not her. Thank God I'm not her. If you think your life is bad, you could be her. You could be miserable on that mountain or that hill, as I call it, with 4'9" Jimmy and their misery. She can pretend on camera and she can pretend at the beach, but the truth comes out. This year she had to downgrade her vacation or whatever you want to call that mess. And she's got to walk with her wagon and all these shells to get access to the beach. And I mean, it's just like, man. Sucks to be you, Merv. It sucks. You got to prove everybody wrong, but yet you're really not having a good time. You take some lady and her husband that you barely knew, and God love it. I'm sure they tried to do the best they could while they were there, but that man had no business, in my opinion, looking at him on the screen and his health condition to be going through the shenanigans that Merv puts these people through and
Yeah.
vacation because we know what they come home like. And it's just, she lies to that woman about we're terrible people. And, one day she'll get it. That's fine. Maybe she won't. But the odds are she will.
Who are you talking about?
Um, what's her name that went on vacation with her this year? Julie or Judy or some mod of hers now. Her and her husband went.
Jen Grill?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Jen. Okay, Jen. See, I don't watch you, Merv. I don't. Can't tell you.
She's basically the person that's up on the screen, I think.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's the one
Yes.
that's taken over scooters
Oh,
for the
okay.
most part.
Well,
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
vacation, only thing I see is, her husband, because Merv can't keep him off the camera, which again I thought was really invasive. But once again, it's only about her, not everybody else. And I thought this man has flown or drove, and
Was
whatever. I just thought to myself, wow, you don't have an elevator. You're staying, whatever. It, she doesn't care about anybody else. She doesn't care what they have to go through to get there. I hope she had a great time, and her and her husband had a ball. But the odds are you'll catch on eventually. You can be her scooter. You'll just fall, whatever. Bless it, you know. And I don't care. I hope she doesn't like me till the day she dies. I could care less. I could care less if she never comes to Tennessee. And all her stupid little, my voice drives her crazy. My voice drives myself crazy. I said it a few times at work recently. I'm going to fire myself. Like, everybody has those days. Nobody's perfect. But the
No.
list of my victims are whole. I mean, like, I don't even understand. I don't. I couldn't sleep at night. I really couldn't.
Mm-mm.
I
no.
couldn't sleep at night.
Now we know why she's on the internet half the night.
Exploiting our children. I mean, for the judge to say that, like, I just thought, lady, you
What did the judge
you
say about her
about her
children?
exploiting her children,
Oh,
that she's the one that
God.
exploits them. And I just think about, Ray again. We use it as a victim card. Look, I mean, 100%. It's something nobody ever wants to go through. Nobody's trying to shame you out of you can't grieve or you can't. I'm so sick of hearing all
No,
that shit. Because
no.
again, she deliberately on July 8th, started the bereavement month celebration the day
But
the papers hit the docket from the judge for this denial. Isn't that coincidental? It's
no.
kind of coincidental to the time. Again, I go back. I don't care. This is my opinion only. No, anybody else on the panel, my own. Proven fact that when Jimmy hit that girl, she was live and kept continuously being live that night. And before it was over, she had a breakdown because the holidays were going to be coming in a few months. And she was a grieving mother and started that train so hard. Drama even was like, don't look over there. She's having a hard time. She stated it. Again, it wasn't about Jimmy and the victim. It was about Merb. It was the malicious way. She knew how to get that skit going so that if anybody found out about what happened, she could be the victim. Hey, because remember, I'm a grieving mom over here. How dare them talk about what happened to Jimmy? Anyway,
Oh, about the woman that was hit?
yes. Remember that whole skit?
Yeah.
She started it that night about, oh, woe is me. And I can't remember what time of year, if it was October, but it was a month or so before the Thanksgiving and Christmas, saga that we go through prior to even Ray dying. She can't do a holiday. Let's just be honest. But anyway, that whole skit started on purpose. She's very conning. I mean, 100%. But even this uneducated hillbilly from Tennessee caught on really quickly. And I didn't make all the best moves, and whatever you want to say. I've made some mistakes in this journey, but I damn well won 1,000 times better than you, Merv.
Better believe you
We
did.
spanked your ass in every video, every comment, every testimony, every debunking, everything you said, every mole, every screenshot. It is all over the place. But you can deny all you want. I don't care because it's over. I'm not going to debunk it. You can sit over there and say I'm hanging from a tree and Sandy Law has cuckoos coming out of her armpits. I don't care anymore. You're not going to hurt anybody anymore, and nobody believes your shit. And you defaming my friends and community people, it's over. You have created a fuck shit book that is going to get you in some trouble. I told you when you tried to bring that character in your channel that was threatening people when I was trying to be quiet, and y'all were over there threatening that you were going to hack everybody and trying to intimidate people and doing all your little craziness you do with your little troll accounts. I told you then, you better be careful. You have now crossed from civil to criminal. But you keep acting like you're perfect and I'm crazy. Pretty much. We have proven everything we have said, 100%. And I don't care anymore. I don't care. Gloves are off. If it takes me 6 months, 3 years, whatever, never get around to it. I can assure you. And I ain't the only one. Because I told you when this was over, if you didn't stop and leave people alone, I've been saying this for fucking years. Pardon my French. I've been saying it for years. Leave the ex-ramblers alone. And I'm sick of saying it. I'm sick of threatening. I've showed you I wasn't playing, and we came home, and you keep on. You just went after Sarah Nash Sarah with the blue dress because Sarah donated to you when your son died. You used that against her. That's how you could figure out who she was and dig on her. And I know all kinds of shit you're trying to do that I'm not ready to
Heather.
talk about. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute. But I'm just gonna go back to the one positive thing. I love y'all. I adore y'all. I appreciate everything y'all have ever done. At the end of the day, I just want to say thank you. I
Well,
knew
when
time
you
would tell.
So I thank you for being a person who stood up
No, it was all of us. All
on
us 20.
victims, and that's what is my attraction. I admire and respect people who care about other people's welfare. So I applaud you. This is, and thank goodness for Jackie as well. I applaud you. This is your win. I am so proud to be a part of this group. We are all held to the know, but Heather,
It
you
is
took
100%.
the reins and you ran with it and you did a beautiful job and you didn't back down. And look at where we are. This was a long, hard won battle, but you won, and it is so worth it.
It's funny. You look back and think, we weren't true crime. We weren't trauma. We weren't drama. We didn't even want to have a channel. We just wanted to expose murder. And people in all communities had opinions, and we got, rained down on pretty hard a few times. And, we got some licks, and we kept on going. We quickly realized you don't want another creator to help you. You're just going to have to do it on your own, however that is, organically. And thankfully, it happened. But it's crazy. There was no rules. There was no, I kept saying, I'm only going to do unto you what you do to us. 100%. By the time I got to that, what video was it called? Overdose video? The famous whatever. By the time I got to that point, it's held to know I'd had enough. Do you hear me? The victim stories behind the scenes had added up till I couldn't take any more. The whatever holds bards of real life or whatever was over. I was done. I had threatened 1,000 times, stop, leave these people alone, leave Muppets alone, leave Jackie. Didn't even know them yet. Leave, the list goes on and on. Casbat. I mean, it just, oh my gosh. So it was everybody. Thank you for giving me that. But I have to say, I am nobody. I'm not that strong. I just kept going one day at a time, and whatever happened the next day or whatever dropped in our lap, then we figured that out and moved forward. Just try to figure out why is this woman doing this and why won't she stop? It's crazy. But I'm
Well,
so proud. All those moments and all that pain, people would write and tell me their story, and I'd say, hey, hold on. I'm telling you, just be anonymous for now. We're working on things. Just hang in there. What are you laughing about?
Sandy Law goes, oh, I thought you said I had braids in my armpits.
I
I don't
know.
even know what I was trying to say. I'm stumbling through everything. I'm dehydrated from moving all those limbs, and I had a beverage, and now I need to be in bed, and I'm delirious. I hadn't had dinner, but I don't care. I hope you get the point. I feel like I say this shit all the time, but I really mean it. It wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. The comments under those videos. Like, listen, my video skills were shit, you know? It was horrible. I misspelled things like in the big, oh, it was horrible. But it was what it needed to be. And thankfully, whatever. But,
I mean,
we took
it's a wrap.
time.
It's a
Yeah.
wrap.
It
Hey,
took time.
Heather,
People, yeah.
look at Paisley's comment.
I'm sorry. I haven't been looking down. Okay, wait a minute.
I know I haven't
Did you
either.
guys know that wait a minute. Jen
Jen,
died? Yes. Yes. We talked about that one night, Paisley. It was so heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. I loved her. She was adorable.
Thank
Beautiful
you.
girl.
Who,
Jen,
who's she?
remember she died of cancer? I think it was. Don't, oh my gosh, I may say that wrong because I'm tired. And that could be terrible if I say the wrong thing the way she died. But yes, I believe that's true. But maybe Paisley will tell me in a minute. I can't remember her last name or initials. She was a mod for a while. Was it, are you talking about Jen? Was it Jen B? Um,
Did I know her?
well, she was in the marathon for a little while. She was going through a divorce, I believe. I'm not sure. It's been a minute. Wait a minute. And then there also was, remember, the lady from Australia that passed away a couple of years ago.
Oh yeah, I do remember her, and her
Um,
and Rabid Dog were real close.
oh my gosh. Well, no, I'm talking about the mod that. Oh
Who
gosh.
is
Um,
she said she left Merbs and went to Gray Hughes's.
yeah, that's a Jen B. That's her. She was blonde. I kept thinking she was from Tennessee, but I don't think she was. I think she's from someplace in the South, but she
Oh,
was the one, if I'm not mistaken, and y'all, again,
Sandy Law, Mama Ames.
yeah, Mama Ames was another victim, and then there's Kubi. Yeah. Um, she was a mod for him too. He did a tribute to her. Yes, 100%. Deborah Van Couverton, thank you. Too many crickets. I'm going from one subject to the next.
Oh yeah, Deborah.
I loved her, and I'm quite convinced the stories that I heard from other people that were in that 24-hour Zoom mess that she was running at the time told stories of how she was treated towards the end. And I'm not saying like right up till the day she died. No. But she was done wrong. She was left holding in that Zoom while they were in there talking about her and didn't want her to come in. Things like that. They'd act like they didn't see her. I mean, that mean girl mentality. She brought in, I don't know how many times, several people
Oh,
that she was
Evie.
close
Yeah.
to ridicule them for no reason.
Missed it either, Sandy.
Oh, and she says Evie Scorpio.
Yes. Love my Evie.
Yeah.
Evie and, Casbat were the first two frontiers of putting things out against Merb. Of course, Casbat, she demonetized her, reported her, tortured that poor woman, and she was excellent at nailing Merb. Um, and then Evie tried to, did some great things on her channel too, right before I became held to know. In fact, again, as I always say, I give Casbat all props. We are all held to know that came from Casbat. She
Oh,
sent
did
that
it?
to me. And I thought, oh my God, that's perfect. We are all held to know. Thank you. I don't even know how we came up with this stupid name.
I liked Cass.
But yeah, they were just, I don't know. And even Jeanette and I, we had our differences as Heather and Jeanette or whatever. I'm not really sure why she couldn't stand me, but whatever. It's all good. There were times I couldn't
Are
stand
you
her.
talking Jeanette from Holland?
Yes, the one that, Alma,
Oh yeah.
Merb, Merb, is it okay if a moderator says,
I do remember
fuck you?
that.
I remember Jeanette saw me one time making a comment. Who knows where it was? I have no idea because I don't go very many places. But she said, "I can't believe, Sarah, that you've done this to Carolyn." She was just so shocked. I never responded, but poor Jeanette, it took her a
Oh,
long
she
time.
rode hard. But
Oh, she-
apparently, I mean, the girls told me right before court, or as court was going, Merb's version of what was going on and what was actually on the docket was causing questions. And she was asking some good questions a couple of nights about whatever Merb's version of the win or loss, or I can't remember the exact moment. But apparently she was attacked. And I think, say what you want, but Jeanette had enough sense to kind of question, like, well, how could that be if this happened? Or you didn't do this, or whatever the thing was. And I'm able to say pretty confident she's not there anymore.
How dare her?
You know, and I'm glad, and I hope she hears this, and I hope she comes in under a different name and enjoys the community because no hard will at all. You were a victim of hers. She used your health, your mental state to exploit you on panels. She purposely brought you up there on purpose. Sometimes, like it's gross behavior. But anyway,
Yeah,
I don't
Jeanette
know,
was
man.
fun.
Yeah, she was funny. She could be. I mean, again, I mean that respectfully about that whole clip about that because it was just funny in the moment.
Oh
You
yeah,
know what I
where's
mean?
Scorpio? She hasn't been around. I like Evie
I
Scorpio.
like Evie.
Yeah. Well, her brother was sick at one point, and her dog had passed away, and she just
Look at
had a
that.
lot going on. And I'm proud that I hope her and Casbat have stepped away from YouTube, and a lot of people that we don't hear from because that's what I wanted. At the end of the day, don't look back. Do what we should have done all along. Don't click the link, as I call it. You
Oh
know.
God.
But I have seen her in Florida's chat, like in a community post or something every
I
blue
know.
moon. So I know she's still around.
Oh yeah, everybody answered.
Oh, and
And
Foxy Bot. Yeah, I remember Foxy. She was sweet too.
yeah, I would see her some in the drama. I hadn't seen her in a long time though, but I don't watch all the
Oh
drama channels
Lord.
anymore. She was a talker.
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget that night. I call it the witch hunt video with Sally Ann and Dreaming and I, and it's 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. And at the end of it, all of a sudden, Foxy Bot comes to the panel and just starts talking random crap. And I think I've sworn you, I think it went on for an hour, hour and a half. And then Murph's like, well, okay, I guess I was forgiven. Good night. Prayers, everybody. It was just so
Oh,
bizarre. Like the whole shit show that had gone on for hours and hours prior to her taking that link. And then she just went on about voodoo dolls. I don't even know what the subject was.
mm.
You know what I mean?
Hi,
It was just
Shannon.
like Merb's random panels. She just lets these
Oh,
things go
Cupcake.
on.
Yeah, I always
Oh,
remember Cupcake
yes.
laughing.
Shannon M. Yes. Love me some Shannon M. That's another just silent right, just
Hmm.
encouraging.
Yep.
And, goes back to kind of the example of Sarah with the blue dress. Even though I didn't know all the things about her,
Uh-huh.
she was like a rock when things would go really bad and she'd reach out. Like maybe when she found out about me was an example. We were already talking prior to that. She's like, before that, when heat would be going on or something, she'd say, remember what I always tell you, take care of yourself first. I
Hmm.
am, I am, I am. Well, whatever we'll eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich today. Well, that's not good. Well, I know, but you're not gonna believe what Merv did. You know what I mean? But she would keep me like level, like you got to remember. And mentally, it was just so nice.
Yeah.
Just encouragement, but just oh
Just when you hear from these people, just those little things of encouragement mean a lot.
yes. Then you think about Cindy Law in the dollhouse with Emma.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
We mentioned that the other night, and I just started dying laughing. And I was like, yeah, and the cigarettes and the lighter. Like, you couldn't make it any better.
Gosh, yeah, Sandy's so funny.
Like it was just, it's like going down memory, like a yearbook. You know what I mean? You open a page, it's like, oh my gosh, I remember that picture. And I remember when we were all hanging out. That's, part of the yearbook. Like, it's just, oh my
Yeah, Sandy
gosh.
doesn't miss a beat when she's decorating.
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, Jeff. Was Jeff the one where Caroline did her
Oh,
first
yes.
like panel with the painting of the waterfall?
Yep.
Yeah. I remember I was in such awe thinking, Carolyn really is smart and look at what she's put together and she's got these people doing this. I really thought, that was a time I was watching thinking, look at what she's able to do. She was able to figure this out and have Jeff come up. And I really admired her for that. Obviously, it took a while to find out, but I just remember thinking, that's really cool that she was able to figure out how to do that.
I don't remember Jeff.
What was it?
His name was Random Guy Jeff.
Thank you.
Jeff,
Yeah.
right.
And remember, he was another victim. After he died, she attacked his girlfriend
Yeah.
for money. Here that poor girl just lost him, and bless her heart, her name was Heather, and there's screenshots of Merv just wanting her $500 or $600. I can't remember what it was. It's just like, what? Like, how insane? I don't know. It's horrible. But yet on the screen, she's grieving him, and
Here, Dave,
wow.
I'll give you a laugh real quick.
Yeah, it's just a costume, part of the skit. That well, that body's a fantasy for her. I'm going to tell you from firsthand account. Like, are you kidding me? And again, I go back to the audacity for that woman. Again, I don't care what you know, like whatever. What I wore wasn't the most high dollar fashionable outfit either. But to come in there and that get up she had on to court, like I call it the little orphan Annie look, that faded out little cardigan that was way too small and it was bigger thin. Just a whole look like you just got out of the pool and let your hair dry, and here you are. It just was a mess. And I thought, that whole facade about, oh, she's going shopping, she's going to do all the things, she's so prepared. This whole fuckery's going to end. It's never going to go anywhere. They're going to have a trial. They're never going to do this. Judge is crazy. Like, there were videos at the end that I didn't watch. She was defaming the judge.
You do,
Like, it's
Sandy.
crazy.
You get to her every time with your crafts. That's true.
What now?
Oh, I was talking under my Beth responding to Sandy Law saying how she gets to Carolyn with her crafts every time. It's true.
Yes, because she can't do them. I've
Right.
never known a human being that has no fashion sense, no color coordination, cannot even pick what color ribbon to hang on a sign behind her head that went on for days, couldn't pick the little thing to do with Lisa D that went on for hours during the marathon. Like it's insanity. And when you're in the moment and you've left, it's easier to see. But it's really crazy when you go back now and you're like, damn, it was like running into a brick wall. How the hell did we not see all this shit? I say for the record, when you go back and hear her original live streams about J Bells, and you look at her now describing all that, you'll see it completely different. You're like blown away. You're like, wow, I was really believing her. I was feeling sorry for her. I was blown away what this woman did to her. You know what I mean? Like you're getting
Yeah.
into it with all the story and every detail, and now you look at it and you're like, you crazy nut. Who in the world? Oh, so I mean, this is funny. What are you doing? You listen like Jingle Bells?
I can see or anticipate tomorrow there'll be comments under the live about being people this chat tonight, our panel, being obsessed talking about Carolyn, and my take on that. Look at this whole group of people affected by her. This is processing. This is having fun and talking about the memories and talking about what happened. This isn't obsessing. This
I
is
don't care what they say. I could care less.
this is healing. This is what you do when you have
Mhm.
Oh my
Yep.
God. Okay. I can't take you serious. You got me on the serious note, but Florida is gone crazy on the screen.
now.
I can't. I am dying.
Pizza.
I know. Stop it. Oh,
Our kids never
oh, I can't breathe.
No, I just really wanted to make a point that I think this is really healthy. This doesn't have anything to do with obsession. This has to do with 7 years of watching stuff go on and then coming out of a trial and winning. We're having a good time. We're partying. We're remembering people. We're respecting people. I really feel like, Heather needs to talk. This has been a big ordeal for her, and this is processing a big issue. This isn't obsessive.
Mm-mm.
Nothing to do with being obsessed with Carolyn. It has to do with healing from watching a lot of garbage, healing from listening to these calls come in, talking about what someone's going to do to her little boys behind. It's horrible what she subjected people to. So it's all of it. I just, that's my take on it. It's very healing, and I'm glad that people are
I mean,
able
I
to.
wonder, let's just
That.
be honest. I wonder what the federal judge would have thought about if I'd included that clip
Uh,
somehow about those sex calls,
uh,
where she tries to defend it by, well, we wanted to make a record for YouTube. There's not a creator or a person that I know ever that has any kind of channel, even small or large, that would let anybody know that they made those calls and
Mhm.
draw attention to it, more or less play it and talk about their kids and have their kids come on camera and go, hey, this is terrible what you're doing to my kids. And da, 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 da. No, I'd have protected them.
well, what do
You
people
think I'm playing around? You saw what I did over my son? Like, are you kidding me? And what you did to people I didn't even know?
people give disclaimers when they're going to talk about sensitive subjects?
Yes,
Carolyn didn't give a hoot about who might be listening and had a history. She
yes.
does. That's another part of what makes her dangerous. She doesn't care.
The sociopath came out again. A clip I saw recently where that very subject came up. She attacked. Was it you and Pink about um that it kind of no? How was somebody made a comment that it was triggering to y'all? Like, so what? I'm like, what the hell?
Well, it wasn't triggering to me. It didn't trigger me. It triggered Pink.
Yes, that's what it
Pink
was.
recently made a disclosure about how it had not interfered, but it had opened up something, and Pink's
Mhm.
strong. But no, it wasn't me. I'm triggered of what she's doing to other people. It doesn't trigger me.
That's what I meant. Y'all were writing about it, and I just thought, that's wild that that just came up. I remember reading that comment somewhere, because Merv just, acts like it's no big deal to anybody
Yeah,
what they're
because
going through.
think about, she's always come across as being a very strong
hmm
human being.
Just like
But
she went after,
I didn't
you
know
know,
that she had a history. So that was the first time that that I was aware of that disclosure, and I always am appreciative when people are able to be honest. That, again, that's part of healing. There's no reason to be ashamed of it, and it helps other people open up as well.
right. And you were wonderful because even back in the day with the videos, your comments and your analogy of whatever was going on was so spot on. It was like everything I wanted to say but didn't. And your perspective of it and destinations. And there's so many of y'all that just spoke.
And I love Wendy because she's
Wendy L. Yes. Y'all
well,
would go back and forth and it was like gold.
I
I mean,
love
gold.
her.
Mhm.
We would talk about, this is a great case study. I could take it back as a supervisor of student interns at work and present this as a case study.
Oh,
And
100%.
you could do it for a whole year just on her.
Yep. It's crazy. Anyway, good times, good times. I guess, looking back, I'll never forget thinking about you said, would you do it all over again? I sure would, without a hesitant. Sometimes I think, oh my gosh, whatever, kind of overwhelming looking back, 100%. But no, because every little step led to something else, and I can't regret that. I can't. I met people on the way that are priceless. They're memories that she'll never have. Her little OGs that are left, like her song talks about, is hysterical to me. Hysterical. Again, she got everything down to the little white sewing machine that she gloated over buying while her friend was battling cancer. And had Jimmy come in there and pretend like he's trying to thread the needle or whatever all the words are you do with all that. And she's got her little black gloves on, stroking it like it's some trophy. And it's like, man, I would be like showing it off and cutting up and then be like, hey, guess what, Davida, I'm sending this to you. You know what I mean? Like, I just can't even imagine. But just
Yeah.
something so, it was the nana boo boo. Look what I got.
Well, and I also remember the whole issue with something about Nana Patty getting a Cricut machine like donated to her, and that upset Carolyn.
hmm Oh,
I don't know
yes.
the exact details, but now it's coming to the forefront of my mind. Nana Patty getting somebody's Cricut, and that
She
was
was leaving. Merv was
Mhm.
leaving the doctor's office. And while she was there, she was live. And I don't remember who was running the panel. I can't remember. But people in the chat decided they wanted to gift her super chats or donation, make PayPal, I don't know, whatever. to get her one as a thank you. Maybe it was after the marathon. I don't. It was organic as hell. I mean, it was beautiful. Lisa D was in there. Maybe she was on panel. I can't remember. But when
Hmm.
Lisa went to tell her, it was like, oh, we had a feeling we are going to be in trouble. And then I was getting messages. Yeah, Merv's probably not going to like this. I'm thinking, why? I remember thinking like, oh my God, we messed up like for something at school. And sure enough, I can't keep up with that. I can't believe y'all did that. Then tries to tie it into the whole Sally Ann mess and that was a skit. And I don't even know. It became a whole part of another skit she used to get Bailey into it with Nana Patty. And she sent it, but now she's not going to send it. She wants it back. And that whole thing was a mess. Regardless, that started organically and to honor her, thank her, whatever, this.
Hi, Maggie.
And, Merv turned that into something terrible.
Hi, Crazy.
It's crazy, crazy,
I just
crazy.
remember the night we all had our pistols out and she cut that shit out quick.
Maggie Moo, we're glad you're here. You'll have to rewind.
Care for that. That's funny. Her BB gun pistol.
And that was
Oh.
funny. I mean,
But then
not
she
me.
had-
I pulled, somebody asked, so I walked in the house and pulled out my gun.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
yes, you.
think that also happened with Jules of Thought, Jules' husband. They were at Jules' house and they were talking. He brought out his shotgun.
Yeah,
That
there
is-
was, I think, 3 or 4 of us on panel that night. And we just pulled them all out.
Well, somehow guns came up and protecting yourself, and there was some kind of story about all that. And sure enough, Florida got hers, and I showed my personal, and that it would again, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, there's that. But yeah, we got in trouble for that. Apparently, we weren't supposed to do that. She had to cut that out, but whatever. We didn't mean it in a harmful way. We didn't know any better.
Well,
Whatever.
see, here's the difference. I have this channel tagged as 18 and above
Hmm.
as adult content.
Makes sense.
I don't claim to be a mommy blogger talking about dead babies.
Yeah.
Okay?
Isn't that amazing? It's so amazing.
That is nauseating.
It is. It's always the worst of the worst, night after night after night.
Okay?
And then you calm down doing word cookies.
I would never put this as minor content for what we do for all, especially some of the rabbit holes I said Davida down.
Yeah. Some of it's real interesting.
I like David and Heather riding in the back seat of your car.
When she gets on a rant, we're
are
thinking,
we in
I'm going to jump out.
trouble?
I'm jumping out at any minute here.
I remember, I know exactly which one Sarah's talking about, and that's the night that Heather wanted to cover her heads up and go have a cigarette.
Yes, and I kept going, Heather, move. You're squishing me. I can't.
I know
remember
exactly which night that
Yeah.
was, and it's kind of funny. I sat here and I blew up one night for what, 5 minutes
Yeah,
with that,
yeah. Oh,
and
wow.
I am the most vile individual there is.
Oh well. She
You know
does
what?
not calibrate to judge anybody, or nor Jimmy. Their card was taken away long ago.
I honestly don't think I honestly don't care her opinion.
No, at all. Another example was recently, even though I'm not crazy about what's her name, Frilly's farmhouse girl or something,
Right.
whatever her name is.
She lost her son.
Yes, and Merb's whole
Yeah.
thing is about me, and I'm a victim, and I'm a big poor blah blah blah, and then says, but she's been gone after. The hate people have gone after her before, but she's grieving her son because blah 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 blah. And I thought, really, this is what you wrote to your so-called friend? This you had to bring all that in there? Couldn't you just said, oh my gosh, here we are for you, night and day, whatever we can do. Everybody rally around her and pray for her, and that be the end. Like, I don't even understand. I can't imagine. Again, I can disagree with her all day long about YouTube, but there's another part that's humanity. It's like, wait, whoa, what? But again, it's fake. You know, she can't make herself be truly, empathetic or whatever.
Hmm.
You know,
You can't teach empathy.
you can't
Fancy
teach an old
Nancy,
dog new tricks.
apparently, what might happen in 3 days, she doesn't have a clue. Okay?
Oh, do we have a countdown for
You
something?
take
Am I missing something?
I don't even know, but I
you
love the thought of
take
it.
I'm lost.
one bite
Can you put a
of
seatbelt
the
on?
elephant at a time.
Put your
Okay?
seatbelts on.
It's one bite at a time.
One bite at
Yeah,
a time.
Okay?
yeah. Strategy's never been jump in
Are these
all you.
This is riddles.
Florida?
Uh-huh.
Are these riddles?
Like I
Okay.
said, well,
Just ask.
Fancy Nancy said apparently something's going to happen in 3 days. I said she
Oh.
has not a clue what could happen in 3 days.
Oh.
You take one bite
because
of the
she's a
elephant
fancy.
at a time.
Oh.
100%.
Don't count your chickens
You're right,
before they're
Lauren.
hatched.
Maggie Moo, I like that.
So
Do we
what's
know you by a different name, Maggie?
Today's Sunday, so in 3 days, Sunday, Monday,
Yes.
Wednesday, something's going to happen on Wednesday. Okay, we're going to all tune in. Find
Is she?
out. God is sitting on pins and needles.
So Merb is saying something's happened in 3 days?
Yes.
Bring it, Merb.
See, here's the
Listen.
thing, Pussycat. We're not playing victims. You guys are not playing victims. Every one of us went in there at free will. We chose to. What she did to people in there is manipulative. Okay?
So we're not allowed
She
to talk
manipulated people.
the outcome. We just all are going to be warned that something's going to
Nancy, I read that you said I peed over there. Instead,
We
she
all
popped
better
over there.
shake in our shoes.
Sorry. Yeah, I could care less. Because
Oh.
there's, you're, no, between the attorneys, the money, and the community, and like, again, you know, she wants so bad that everybody's opinion is a crime, and it's not. It's
No,
not. You couldn't convince my, policeman, investigator, a detective, I'm sorry, the day she called on me, and screamed at him for an hour trying to convince him. And he kept telling her, ma'am.
thought she wasn't watching.
Yeah. Oh, well, this is when she rolled out the list of manifesto as long as my leg about, probably had swatted her, bomb threats. I mean, all the things ever been done to her was used against me to convince my police department I was a terrible person, for going after a grieving mother with 40,000 subscribers, whatever all the fuck shit she said. In turn, the poor guy, first thing out of his mouth was, "Oh my God, she's crazy," when I answered the phone. I'll never forget it. I described I was barely awake when the number came through, and luckily I programmed it when I called it in. I don't even know why. It was a non-emergency number, whatever. But it showed up, Medina Police Department, and I answered the phone. And of course, it's like, well, she's going to let you know. I've had a discussion with her. She did call. Oh my God, she's crazy. I'll never forget it. And then accused me of sleeping with the police department and hung up on the man.
Yeah, yeah,
Couldn't wait for the federal judge to hear that one. That'd have been gold.
yeah.
Anyway,
And Maggie Moo, I agree. Merv talks about the most evil things happening to children with zero emotion. She just reads right through it as if it's nothing. Drinking and eating. It's totally detached. It's just reading words.
Yeah.
And it's
yeah. It's just like her whole fascination in blowing this whole thing up about this, in my opinion, fraudulent bullcrap she sells under her son's name for retreat, and whatever donations she gets, or some restaurant donates dinner, whatever. It's not a 501c. It's not honoring him at all. You're not trying to raise money to put somebody in to a free opportunity to go to rehab or something worthwhile.
No,
Nope.
her
Mm-mm.
grief is his legacy.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. You know, it.
He would
I don't-
want her to
I
have
don't
the
know.
therefore it honors him.
Okay, I don't know about you all, but they had a thing on what, a few years ago. It might have been longer than that. Remember when they went through all the charities with Goodwill and Salvation
Yeah.
Army and St.
Mhm,
Jude and
mhm.
all of them, the Shriners?
Yeah.
And they actually broke each one of them down.
What you get.
What is
Yep.
actually given to the what's actually given
Right.
to
For the
them,
cause. Yep.
Right.
and by the time the executive fees and the building fee, they are legitimate. Okay. Why would somebody donate to something that tells you in it that there is no transparency where your money's going?
Mm-hmm.
That makes absolutely no sense.
You know what doesn't make sense to me is to help pay for a safe vehicle to transport 8 people versus what, an unsafe vehicle?
Right. It's ludicrous.
A
But you know,
safe,
her fantasy, she wants
Well,
to pretend. I could care less.
why is only one person getting a vehicle?
Yeah. What do you mean? Is she trying to buy a vehicle now? Think about
No,
it.
she wanted to raise money for a safe vehicle, an 8-person vehicle to get to there. Okay,
She gonna
what
pick up
about
big.
how is everybody else going to get to that
What the
beach?
hell? All I know is what's she gonna do? Start a caravan and pick up the victims on the way to the beach. I can see it now. Go for it, Merb. It's a crash waiting to happen. It'll
like
never happen.
the
I
bus
don't care.
that she was going to bring to the court. Remember all the people they were going to
Yes.
get on a bus and come to court, and then they were going to go down to Edisto.
Oh, her family was going to take the stand to talk about all the lies I told on her son and all the other things I've done to them, and they're finally going to speak out.
She was
Oh, it
going
sure was
to
hush hush. Yeah, we sure didn't blurt out the fact of how you know how I know about Ray. You didn't bother to say that in front of the judge or your children, did you, or your attorney, ever? Which was kind of coincidental. I mean, you know,
two
any other
people.
time you'd be singing like a canary.
that-
It's crazy to me, but that's okay. I can assure you, even if my son, God forbid, I don't even want to say it, even if something happened, you know what I mean? He's still my son. I still love him. You know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You would just tell the truth. This is what happened. You know what I mean? Judge
Mhm.
me not or whatever. I don't even know how you disconnect. I don't even know what the word disown, disconnect. You just, the only person I know that doesn't honor him. Again, I could care less. It was none of my business from the get go, but you should have damn left everybody else's way. Their husband died alone, or their child, or their whatever husband, relative, brother. There was one subscriber, I forgot about this one. She mocked the fact that her brother had put a GU into his head
Oh,
Mm.
Well,
and encouraged that lady to use her contacts to come after my son through the news. And she confidently sent me an email and was like, hey, can you let, I don't know if she wrote it to Heather or Hilton O. It probably was Hilton O. But to let me know what that lady was doing behind the scenes. But she went after her and, you know, mocked the death of her brother. It was horrendous. That's just another one of the stories. Anyway,
there's the projection. She mocked the judicial system with this trial. A true crime creator who did have jury duty service, and she made it clear she didn't want to go. It's just very interesting, but she really did mock our judicial system, the way she disrespected and perjured herself in court.
Hi,
And to
Alice.
She does every true crime victim that she pulls on that string. She digs after their family on both sides, brings up their social media accounts, the comments on Facebook, and deep dives into them like she has the right just because you can. Doesn't mean you really need to without their permission, and then goes to speculating and tries to pretend like she half knows what she's talking about because she's envisioned what's already happened and what these comments or whatever are said on, like, say, Facebook. I couldn't even watch it years ago anymore. And God knows, time after time, people would tell me, oh my God, you wouldn't believe what she's saying about this case and doing this victim. It's crazy to me. How would she love her loved one? Just brought out everything. It's crazy. I don't even know. I think of the same thing. Nobody would fool you the call when Ray died. So why would you dig into these true crime victims the way you do, especially the ones that have children? It is like a high for her, for family annihilation, or especially young victims in a true crime case, that she gets a high off of it like no other. It's
I
Carol
mean, don't
Boyd's
get me
point about it.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's gonna sound bad. Do any of you really think she would have covered a bit of that Peterson case if it wouldn't have been for that baby?
No.
Oh, okay.
And even then, that one, is that the one that he supposedly kills the wife and the baby too in the boat?
Yeah.
Okay, remember after the whole thing ended, I don't know, a year or so later, she decided it would be fun for everybody to read the transcript of the original trial again. And you be this attorney and you'll be this
Like
one. And Anna Petty was like
a
the
game.
judge. You remember that shit?
Yeah, it's a game. They play parts. Scooter was going to be the defendant,
Yep.
and she was going to be the attorney, or
Again,
whatever.
that weird skit role that comes out in her that's just so weird. Hey, Scooter, have you ever thought about your husband that he may have killed a bunch of people? And even out there in the shed, you
Ugh.
come across a bunch of license, like driver's license, that are all in a pile, and you wonder what they are. I mean, what would you do? What would you had this whole thing? And Scooter's like, what?
Yeah,
What?
didn't Dave look like Bridge Guy?
Yes. She made a whole skit about Moo being in prison with Martha Stewart, and that Moo had stolen silver fine china off a damn the Titanic type cruise ships or some fuck shit, and made a whole. I mean, this went on for quite a while. It didn't even just a little bit. It went on and on and on and on. And it like once she thinks it's kind of funny, then she has to keep bringing it up the next show and the next show. So she
Right.
would add more to it. And isn't that right? And here's the keep something about going to the damn Kentucky Derby and with Moo, and they had cups. I don't even. It was the whole fuck shit of it. And I remember thinking, what the hell? I adored Moo, and I was just like, it's so awkward. It's not even funny, Merv. You're not funny. To me, it makes it even more that you're like kind of cuckoo. Really, I never say it. The first vacation. I remember just being amazed at how she couldn't walk in the room as everybody's in there talking and cutting up in their pajamas and doing the little girl thing. And she's got to enter with her big old Amazon self and boom, 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 boom. It's all about me. I'm here. And just interrupts and that horse laugh in the background and just not even funny. Like, can't even just be quiet and let them tell their story without having to. I know I did that. And one time I did that and I did it 10 times better. And I thought, wow, this is going to get old if I had to be with her for a week. I mean, and then you don't bathe.
Hey, how
I mean, I'm
about
not saying you were there and you didn't bathe at all, but you didn't bathe. Let's just be honest. And then the fuck shit in your room and sleeping with, I don't even understand it. Poor Lisa D's got her neat little corner over here. Now, listen, I'm not neat. I wouldn't be near as neat as Lisa D either. I'm going to be honest with you. Probably would just pull the bed up, throw the suitcase in the corner, half opened, whatever. I'd lived out of it, whatever. But that shithole Merb on her side, you couldn't walk. You couldn't get in the bed. You couldn't get in the bed from the apples and oranges and all the other shit that was and all that crap. She couldn't even pack. She had a meltdown on the way before she even left the.
Oh, she had to have Lisa D help her pack on the
You
phone.
remember? Yes. Do you remember? Like that
Yes,
insanity of her crying and
yes,
people like again 600 or 700 people in the chat encouraging her. Don't
yes,
worry, it's all going to be fine, and
yes.
feeling horrible for her. While she's having a complete meltdown because she can't
Lisa
find
D,
her charger.
moral
She's
support.
yes, too overwhelmed. because you can't get out of the damn house. Your damn mind is so sick. You want to prove the point. You finally went to New York. Great. You finally did. You finally took the boys to the beach. That a girl. Like we kept on about things we pointed out that just weren't right. So she finally had to prove us wrong and go to, good. Congratulations. I remember the year you kept telling the boys you're going to take them. I don't know, 2 or 3 years later, I made a video. The last thing I said, and you struck it, was, are you taking them? Oh, the next day we woke up and went to the damn water park. And accused us of ruining the whole vacation. Like that shithole of a whole mess. It's a wonder you got a channel right now because of it. Going in there and putting all these children in bathing suits all over the internet. And still, I can't stand her. I can't. Knowing the perverts on this app and all the other crap in the world that, unfortunately has gotten worse over the years that we've known her. So again, if you didn't learn the lesson from the beginning, the old mirror, can't you change? Like Sarah was saying, wouldn't you kind of feel like by now, it must be me? Nope.
No, isn't it amazing how many crazy people, absolutely psychotic, crazy, evil people have been attracted to her channel?
Yes.
Well, and the thing is,
they were bad. It's just amazing to me how they all gravitate to her channel.
Hmm?
Well, thing is, they don't.
I'm being so sick.
Because, I float around YouTube. Okay. Now you got, who is it?
She just has so many.
That one creator that was with JLR, and he's over there threatening to kill Dolly. Okay, you people are taking. Some of these creators are taking this shit way too far and way too real life.
We learned in our own community. There are people that are here that are not really who they are. And I don't mean by your name. But I mean, really, they start off with this little bit of illness, and the next thing they know, they've added to it, and their whole thing becomes a lie. It happens in all communities. It's unfortunate. There are some that are, and I think because of COVID, the mental health, the really sick found YouTube, unfortunately, and they are here, and it's part of the parasocial weirdness. But, it is crazy that she does attract a few of them, and then leaves them on there. Like it's like, I've never seen anything like it.
Well,
You wonder why your channel. I don't know. I'm not making sense. Okay, it's 2:00 in the morning, my time.
And they threaten
I
people
have to
too.
go to bed.
yeah,
I
but like I said, it's like there's a book.
A playbook, right?
Yeah.
It's like I said, because first it started out with that little. I'm not going to say little. I shouldn't say little, because when he hit Magnolia, that was somebody should have went and whipped JLR's ass. All right,
Yes.
just putting him out. They should have whipped his ass. All right, but then you got these guys out there that are hoarding around Nancy Guthrie's house, putting up a pea tent.
Pea tent.
Yeah, they put a pea tent up out there.
Like an outhouse, but a tent.
Well, yeah, a place for the men to go pee, kind of. Right.
Okay. And now you got creators attacking creators coming into there. And now it's went totally overboard to where I'm going to kill this creator because, then
Wow.
you got this other fat ass fool down here on here side of the Skyway Bridge.
I also just be careful. I don't want to get your channel flagged or your video, but yeah.
Like I said, you got this other fool down here saying Florida's dangerous to live in and it's expensive.
Oh, about Merb, yeah. When she's an idiot. Same thing when she was trying to talk about JLR and she would only use his what was it? She wouldn't use it. She'd only say his initials. Like she would hardly say.
It's the three initial guy.
Again.
Pussycat.
Like I said, it's
Do with BBT too. Starts with a B, ends with a T.
Oh wow.
Stupid.
like I said, then you got that fat ass down here on the other coast that
Yeah. No.
down here across the Skyway telling everybody Florida's dangerous and it's expensive. Well, first of all, stop eating a $30 sandwich, okay? And bragging about it, and you weighing over 400 pounds.
Whoa.
So Video Reels making strange threats the other day. You know, him and Wu and some of the other characters. Keep on, Merv, because again, whatever. He's a
Video
bit,
Reels making threats.
I don't know. Apparently,
Okay.
He's drunk.
probably.
It sure sounds like it.
Yeah.
Bless his heart.
Must be family, someone close, because she wouldn't tolerate that from just anybody.
But again, this woman can get on the microphone at 4 o'clock in the morning and scream, you know, say it to my face and all the craziness. But
Mhm.
yet, when she has somebody on panel that's absolutely gone sideways to the point you need to mute the person or just accidentally knock them off, she does nothing. Or control them in the chat. Like, it's so crazy. It blows
Well,
my
y'all,
mind.
we'll have another live real soon. And okay, I know y'all don't care, but I'm gonna tell you,
I don't care.
okay, y'all don't care,
hmm
but I'm gonna tell you. Only reason it took so long this time was to come out and have a live is I had my back redone.
Mm-hmm.
I had the
She got an
ablation.
overhaul.
Did you have
Yep.
redone?
Yep, I got jacked up and a new rear end put in.
No, you didn't. Don't say rear end.
What your
What do you think it
truck?
has to do
I
with your
need a new
ass?
rear end.
I need a
Okay.
new fluffy ass. Can I get a new fluffy ass at that place?
What'd she say? The truck or the slingshot?
No, I
she's been-
said I got jacked up and I got a new rear end put in.
she got
Oh.
a shot in her back. She's been having a lot of trouble.
Oh.
I know you're making it sound like you
Poor
got. I
Sarah.
don't
She
even
doesn't
know.
know what's real and what isn't.
I know it scared me. I'm like, what do you mean you got your jack rear end?
Are
Your
you?
rear end jacked up.
Was it a
Oh my
shot?
god, I need a drink.
Because the ablation is nothing. Okay.
Wait.
I'm good to go. It's,
Great.
She's
yeah,
feeling
I've been
better.
at the garage, Beth.
So
But
again, for pressure, let's put pressure on Sandy Law about the cricket because I think it would be adorable to watch her and Davida try and figure that out, or her teacher, and all the other people that said they had one and wanted to watch, and then we'll all just sit back and tell stories and laugh while they
Huh.
do their thing in between, just like you did with the painting. Because I can't participate, I got an F in arts and crafts for the future, forever and ever, and so, but whatever, do whatever y'all want to do. But I think that'd be a plan. Oh, Sandy's in his chat still. See?
yep, I'm good for another 10,000 miles.
Great.
Only thing is poor old Wyatt's not going to be though.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
See what happened. Why it's not going to be? What does that mean?
Poor old Wyatt gets denuded
Well,
off.
manhood.
He
Oh.
loses his boyhood come Wednesday.
Oh,
I forgot about that.
I get worried. Okay, good.
Yep, he loses his boyhood.
hmm Yeah, I remember you saying that if we had to go live before that happened. I was like, oh, don't worry.
How old is he now?
Mm,
Is he
Probably
like
about-
7 months?
he's about 14, probably about 16 weeks.
Huh?
Okay, so 4 months.
Yeah,
Oh, he's that little?
yeah.
I didn't think he was that young. But I forget he's long legged and kind of big, but still. Well, that's good. I mean, I get it. Yeah. A friend of mine said one time when I got mine done, they said, don't come over here. He was talking to another guy. He looked at him. He said, don't come over here acting excited. She'll have your nads knocked off. Because I was taking my dog to get his surgery done, and he liked my dog. And I was like, don't say it like that. Anyway, bless it.
So when will your next live be for? About, do you know?
It'll be soon. That I mean, I won't make y'all wait like I did this time. It's just like I said, I had to get that done, and I'll show you all.
What?
Let me
What
bring
is
it up here.
he? That's so weird. This is Sunday.
I'll show y'all.
What now? Oh yeah, it's Sunday. Yep. Don't scare me. Oh yeah. Look at him.
I gotta,
Oh,
I gotta
Isn't he
swim.
sweet? He
oh,
loves to swim.
he's so cute. Look at those eyes. Oh my gosh. Oh, Mom, what
Okay,
did you
Sam.
see?
He's swimming in the pool with Dad.
Oh.
Look, he's just happy. They
Does he
picked
like
me.
it?
Hmm?
Does he like it?
Yes, he does.
Good.
He
It's
loves
hot.
it.
It probably cools him off too, huh?
Yep, he loves the pool. Put it this way, if he ain't swimming in the pool, he's swimming in his water bowl.
Look, he was so happy to get out of that shelter. He is like, man, I won the lottery. They picked me.
Yeah.
It's better than I ever thought. Never could imagine. I got the whole house, the pool, the yard, another playmate, and
He
2
won.
humans to wait on me constantly. That's just what I see when I look at him. He's like, yep, it's all about me. It's all about me.
For the most part, it is all about him.
I wish I could figure out his voice yet. You know how you always come up with like a voice, whether they got an English accent or cartoon character, what would they be? You know what I mean? Like, give it time. We'll come up with it.
Yep.
I know he's gotten so big, hadn't he,
I
Valerie?
have a sign that a friend
Hey,
gave me.
y'all.
It's all about the meow. Because it was all about Chloe.
That's right.
I'll tell you.
Mhm.
He is
I'm
still,
thinking about a little dog.
he's old enough, but he's not old enough. It takes my shark like 35 minutes to vacuum my 3 rooms.
Oh, how funny. Oh, that's right. You
35 minutes of barking, and he's sound asleep for 2 hours.
Oh, good. That's
Isn't that funny?
good to know. Yeah.
Helps wear the baby out.
Yep. Because he chases the shark around.
That's right. Well, we'll give him a week to heal up, and then maybe in a couple of weeks, Sandy or y'all can get together on whatever. I'm just going to put the pressure out there. Anyway, whatever. And then we'll, do whatever we can.
Oh, I'm fine. Oh, Sandy, I'm perfectly fine. Trust me. I am now that, like I said, it's just been
Hi, Vicky.
Hey, Vicky.
with getting him, and I'll tell you,
Morning.
he is a bell ringer.
Oh, I'm sure. It's fun to watch y'all jump up and let him in and out.
And he thinks it's comical
I'm sure.
because he'll sit under the bell. We always taught the dogs to ring the bell in case we weren't sitting right there and didn't see him. That way you hear the little bell. Okay, let him in. 5 minutes later, the bell's going off.
That's a good trick to train. Or good
Take him,
thing to do.
take you an hour outside to get him back in here. 5 minutes in here.
You got to
There
go
goes the
again.
bell again.
It's like taking a toddler out shopping. They can visit every bathroom you go to.
Yes,
You know? It's crazy.
it's true. I don't
Mhm.
know what it is, but it's like you have to christen every one of them.
I know. This poor woman came in work and she had 2 or 3 kids with her. You could see she was just exhausted dragging them in the door anyway, and you feel bad. And then, the little girl, whatever to tell it, she's got to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, you really won't like our bathroom. I'm telling you, it's nothing special. There's not any air. It's really hot. I was trying everything I could. Because she's like, there's no way you got to go again. I felt so sorry for that mom. Oh my God, I could remember. I was like, I'm sure. Got to go by every potty. Oh my
Mhm.
God. Anyway, all right, y'all keep talking. I have to go. It's way
Well,
past my get up time.
if it's 2 your time, it's 3 my time. So that means the husband will
No.
be up in an hour, about an hour
No,
now.
we say we're going to do this, and we do. Okay,
Well,
well, it's fine. I love
It was
y'all.
Like
nice talking to everyone.
you too, Dave. But like I said, I will make a video for everyone, and I will cut out just the paperwork
Yes.
so you all can slow it down, speed it up, whatever you want to do, just so y'all can read it.
Yep.
And I'll stick that in there in the next
Thank
couple of days so you guys can.
Thank you so much.
Great.
All right. I love y'all. Till we
Thanks,
meet
Sarah.
again.
Love you guys.
May your pillow stay cold and your sheets stay right around you. I don't even know. Whatever I'm supposed to say. I can't think. And the candy bar be fresh. All right.
Huh,
Love y'all.
that's okay.
I
Congratulations
know.
again,
Weird.
Heather.
All right. Good
Okay.
night, everyone,
Good
and we
night,
will
y'all.
see you.
Good night, Florida. Thank you. Night, everybody.
You're
Good night,
welcome.
everyone. Love you.
Love you. Good night, everyone, and we will see you again very soon.